하나 둘 셋, 하나 둘 셋. 영어 채널입니다. 하나 둘 셋, 하나 둘 셋.
하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
저희 곧 시작하겠습니다. 이제 시작하겠습니다. 저희 10초 뒤에 들어가도 될까요?
네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 2020 WCIF 세계문화산업포럼의 진행을 맡은 아나운서 이기상입니다.
아나운서 서미소랑입니다. Hello and welcome to the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum. My name is 서미소랑 and to my left is Lee Gi-sang. We are absolutely honored to be serving as your MCs for today.
네, 음악과 엔터테인먼트 산업을 이끌어 나가는 세계를 연결하고 또 유튜브라는 온라인 공간에서 세계 문화를 함께 다양한 통찰과 또 문화 산업을 고민해 볼 수 있는 시간으로 2020 세계 문화 산업 포럼의 행사가 준비되어 있고요. 오늘 여러분들을 만나 뵙게 되어서 대단히 영광으로 생각을 합니다. 자, 이번 2020 세계문화산업포럼은 코로나 사태로 부득이하게 유튜브를 통해서 이렇게 여러분을 찾아뵙게 됐고요. 유튜브에서 세계문화산업포럼 또는 WCIF를 검색하시면 한국어 채널과 영어 채널로 동시에 중계가 되고 있습니다. 본 포럼에 여러분들의 많은 참여와 또 관심 부탁드리겠고요. 모든 채널에서는 한영 동시 통역이 제공되고 있으니 여러분들 함께 즐겨주시기 바랍니다.
Now, the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum will be conducted online because of the COVID-19 pandemic. You can join us online on YouTube by searching for the term WCIF. There are two channels, one for English and one for Korean. Simultaneous interpretation into the other language will be provided on both channels, so please join us there.
자, 그럼 본격적으로 포럼을 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 오늘 행사는 이 비대면 온라인으로 진행이 되고 또 정부의 방역 수칙에 준수하는 차원에서 여러모로 또 잘 준비가 되었습니다. 많은 여러분들 함께 그 점 유의하시면서 이 행사 지켜봐 주시면 감사하겠습니다.
Okay, we will now officially begin our forum today. We have prepared this forum to keep in line with government guidelines and protocols regarding quarantine measures, so please keep that in mind.
자, 그럼 2020 세계 문화산업 포럼 제1부 K-pop and Culture Universe라는 주제로 오늘의 행사 시작하겠습니다.
Now, the first part of our forum is titled K-pop and Culture Universe.
자, 그러면 여러분과 함께 오늘의 개회사와 또 축사까지 만나보는 시간을 마련했습니다. 이 자리에 함께해 주시는 못했지만 많은 분들이 또 참여해서 메시지를 보내주셨습니다. 자, 먼저 정세균 국무총리님, 그리고 박양우 문화체육관광부 장관님, 그리고 권영진 대구광역시 시장님, 그리고 이강복 한국문화산업포럼 이사장님의 축사가 순서대로 준비가 되어 있고요. 이어서 이장우 세계문화산업포럼 의장님의 개회사가 이어질 예정입니다.
Now, we have a series of congratulatory messages from Prime Minister Jung Se-kyun, Minister Park Yang-woo of the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, Mayor Kwon Young-jin of the Daegu Metropolitan Government, and Chairman Lee Gang-bok of the Korea Cultural Industry Forum, as well as an opening address by Lee Chang-woo of the World Cultural Industry Forum.
자, 그러면 개회사부터 그리고 또 축사까지 모두 함께 만나보시겠습니다.
존경하는 대중문화 예술인 여러분, 대구 시민 여러분 반갑습니다. 제1회 세계 문화산업포럼 개최를 축하드립니다. 문화는 인간의 삶 그 자체입니다. 태어날 때부터 눈을 감는 날까지 우리와 함께하는 소중한 친구입니다. 지치고 힘들 때는 다시 일어설 수 있도록 위로와 용기를 줍니다. 코로나19로 모두가 힘들어하는 지금이 바로 문화의 힘이 발휘될 때입니다. 문화는 경제이기도 합니다. 한 나라의 문화적 역량과 창의력은 그 나라의 경쟁력을 좌우합니다. 문화 산업은 경제 성장과도 직결됩니다. K-팝과 K-영화 같은 K-컬처가 대표적인 예입니다. K-컬처의 세계 최고 수준인 우리의 디지털 역량을 결합한다면 대한민국 문화 산업의 경쟁력을 한 단계 높일 수 있을 것입니다. 그런 의미에서 오늘 첫걸음을 내딛는 세계 문화산업 포럼에 거는 기대가 큽니다. 특히 성공적인 코로나19 방역 도시이자 문화 도시인 대구에서 세계 문화산업의 미래를 논하는 국제 교류의 장이 마련된 것을 매우 뜻깊게 생각합니다. 잘 아시는 것처럼 대구는 우리나라를 대표하는 문화 도시입니다. 대구는 이미 대구 국제 오페라 축제, 대구 국제 뮤지컬 페스티벌과 같은 국제 행사를 성공적으로 개최한 바 있습니다. 2017년에는 유네스코 음악 창의 도시로 지정되기도 했습니다. 이번 포럼을 통해 대한민국이 문화 강국을 넘어 문화 산업의 강국으로 성장하는 발판이 되기를 희망합니다. 정부도 우리의 문화가 세계 속에서 한층 더 꽃필 수 있도록 모든 지원을 아끼지 않겠습니다. 한국판 뉴딜을 통해 디지털 콘텐츠를 포함한 문화 산업의 생태계를 더욱 크게 육성할 것입니다. 다시 한번 세계 문화 산업 포럼 개최를 축하드리며 참여하신 모든 분들의 건승을 빕니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 문화체육관광부 장관 박양호입니다. 대한민국 문화산업의 혁신을 이끌어줄 세계문화산업 포럼의 첫 번째 출발을 진심으로 환영합니다. 지난 20년간 우리 문화산업은 괄목할 만한 성장을 거두었습니다. 특히 올해는 영화 기생충의 아카데미 수상과 방탄소년단의 빌보드 1위 등 기쁜 소식이 많은 해였습니다. 코로나19라는 어려운 상황 속에서도 온라인 K-팝 공연처럼 비대면 시대에 대응하는 새로운 도전으로 대한민국 문화산업의 잠재력을 다시 한번 증명했습니다. 여러분, 전 세계인이 대한민국 문화를 즐길 수 있도록 우리 함께 노력합시다. 오늘 포럼이 꾸준히 이어져서 문화강국 대한민국의 새로운 동력으로 자리매김하기를 바랍니다. 여러분의 적극적인 제안을 기다리겠습니다. 제1회 세계문화산업 포럼의 성공과 무한한 발전을 기원합니다. 고맙습니다.
글로벌 문화 콘텐츠 관계자 여러분, 안녕하십니까? 대구시장 권영진입니다. 세계 문화산업 포럼의 첫 출발을 우리 대구에서 함께 하게 되어 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 우리 대구시는 유네스코 음악 창의 도시로 국제 뮤지컬 페스티벌, 국제 오페라 축제 등 매년 다채로운 문화 축제가 열리는 도시입니다. 또한 첨단 기술 융복합 콘텐츠와 공연 문화 콘텐츠 개발을 선도해 나가고 있습니다. 이번 포럼이 리듬과 생동감이 넘쳐 흐르는 문화예술의 도시 대구의 우수한 문화 콘텐츠를 세계에 널리 알리고 세계 문화 콘텐츠 관계자들이 서로 소통하면서 문화로 하나 되는 뜻깊은 시간이 되시기 바랍니다. 위드 코로나 시대 함께 하신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 한국문화산업포럼 이강복 이사장입니다. 전 세계가 코로나 팬데믹으로 소통의 어려움을 겪고 있는 시기에 세계문화산업포럼을 개최하게 되어 기쁘게 생각합니다. 2002년 설립된 한국문화산업포럼은 한류 콘텐츠와 K-팝 성장과 함께 해왔습니다. 앞으로 매년 개최될 예정인 세계문화산업포럼을 통해 세계 음악과 엔터테인먼트 산업 발전에 기여할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 제1회 세계문화산업포럼 참가자분들 모두를 환영합니다. 감사합니다.
Hi, I'm Jang Lee, President of WCIF. I'm so happy to introduce the first World Cultural Industry Forum. We have the vision to make the world together by culture. Our goal is to facilitate cooperation between companies and experts in the music and entertainment industry. The topic for the first WCIF is K-pop and culture universe. We hope to serve as a bridge linking East and West, where top-class producers and companies worldwide gather on. Especially, this event has a significant meaning to have its first meeting at UNESCO Music Creative City, Daegu. Daegu is a city having great culture and history, and it recently has overcome the corona pandemic successfully. I want to thank all the participants, as well as the hosts and the sponsors. You can watch this event through YouTube streaming service in real time. Please enjoy it. Thank you.
네, 여러분과 함께 이장우 세계문화산업포럼 의장님의 개회 인사까지 함께 들어봤습니다. 국무총리님을 비롯해서 정말로 많은 분들이 오늘 행사에 이렇게 많은 관심을 보여주고 계시고요. 오늘이 이 행사가 1회임에도 불구하고 얼마나 많은 무게와 또 관심을 가지고 많은 분들이 지켜보고 계신지를 새삼 느낄 수 있는 그런 인사 말씀들이 아니었나 싶습니다. 자, 이번에는 여러분과 함께 특별한 무대를 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 행사가 유튜브로 진행이 되고 있기 때문에 무대는 무대이되 여러분과 함께 온라인을 통해서 만나보게 되는 아주 특별한 무대가 준비되어 있습니다.
That's right. We have a very special performance lined up and it will be coming soon. Who do we have?
그렇습니다. 이번 포럼을 축하해주기 위해서 한국을 대표하는 아이돌 그룹이죠. 슈퍼엠이 축하 메시지와 함께 특별 공연을 준비하고 있는데요. 지금 아시는 분들은 아시겠지만 동시에 라이브 챗이 진행되고 있는데 유튜브 안에서 지금 벌써부터 수많은 팬 여러분들이 준비를 하고 상당히 흥분되어서 오늘의 이벤트를 기다리고 계십니다.
That's right. We are conducting this event online on YouTube and we are seeing the chat room in the live feed and they are very excited for our next performance because we have Super M. They have sent us congratulatory messages as well as a performance clip, haven't they?
자, 그렇습니다. 많은 팬들이 기다리고 계신데요. 더 이상 기다리게 하지 말고 오늘의 특별 공연과 그리고 축하 메시지까지를 함께 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 슈퍼엠입니다.
안녕하세요. We're Super M. 네, 세계문화산업포럼의 개막을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 네, 저희 슈퍼엠도 전 세계가 음악을 중심으로 함께 힘을 모으는데요. 작은 보탬이 되고자 이렇게 영상으로나마 다 같이 인사드리게 되었습니다.
네, 세계문화산업포럼을 통해 팬 여러분들과 소통할 수 있는 여러 가지 방안이 마련될 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 저희 슈퍼엠도 올해 4월에 온라인 전용 콘서트 비욘드 라이브를 통해 팬분들과 오랜만에 만나서 좋은 시간 보냈었잖아요.
네.
비욘드 라이브 같은 비대면 콘텐츠에 대해서도 많은 아이디어가 나왔으면 하는 기대를 가지고 열심히 응원하겠습니다.
Stay safe, stay healthy. We really hope that situation get better and get to meet our fans again. Stay healthy.
向在困难的时期辛苦度日的所有人致以亲切的问候，希望情况尽快好起来，和大家见面。
These are difficult times, but we have the power and strength of music and culture to help us overcome. As artists, we hope for the continuous progress and growth of the WCIF.
자, 다시 한번 세계문화산업포럼의 개막을 축하합니다. 네, 지금까지 We're Super M. 안녕.
감사합니다.
Hi guys, we're
Super AM.
Today we're here together to support World Mental Health Day.
We've prepared a song called Better Days.
You're still be hoping for better days for all.
Ooh, it's gonna be. I say yeah, it's gonna be.
Alright, remember the times when we were kids, just running around full of hope and no just bliss. Young, dumb, living carefree. We had the whole world at our feet. That's right, then out of the blue, it all changes. Turned upside down when I look around, all I see is scared faces. We woke up to a bad dream, a world full of uncertainty. But mirror, mirror, I see you and all your hopes and fears. I'ma stay by your side, so baby let me dry your tears.
I know that it feels like the world is falling down and you can't make it through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Better days, better days, better days.
Just gotta hold on. Yeah, I know that it hurts, but the sun will shine through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Around the corner, it's true. I said I know there's gonna be better days for you. So let me be your guiding light. In a new world with a new problems, hold on tight. Cause no storm lasts forever. Ain't that the truth? We can't slow this together. I got you, so to lose you. You're special, run through you. We'll all start all lies, but I swear you'll find a brand new you. We rise up from the melody, like a phoenix from the ashes. But mirror, mirror, I see you, and all your hopes and fears. I'ma stand by your side, so baby let me dry your tears. Dry your tears. I know that it feels like the world is falling down and you can't make it through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Better days, better days. Just gotta hold on. Yeah, I know that it hurts, but the sun will shine through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Around the corner, it's true. I said I know there's gonna be better days for you. I say I know there's gonna be a better days, better days.
Can fix you up, but I can't listen. Ain't got the answers, but I got tissues. Lean on me, lean on me.
So baby, dry your eyes.
I know that it feels like the world is falling down and you can't make it through.
That's right.
There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Yeah, I know that it feels like
The world is falling down and you can't make it through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days.
for you, for you, for you.
Just gotta hold on. Yeah, I know that it hurts, but the sun will shine through. There's gonna be better days, better days, better days. Around the corner, it's true. I said I know there's gonna be better days for you.
여러분과 함께 슈퍼엠을 만나봤습니다. 역시 다국적 그룹답게 아주 다양한 언어로 축하 메시지를 보내왔고요. 그리고 공연도 함께 잘 만나봤습니다. 이런 것이 아마 K-팝의 문화이자 또 그리고 힘이 아닌가 싶은 생각이 들고요. 자, 그러면 이제부터 본격적인 강연을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 일부의 기조 강연은 정말 모시기 어렵고 강연을 청해 듣기도 어려운 그런 분들의 강연을 시작으로 해서 오늘 프로그램을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 두 분의 기조 강연이 준비되어 있는데요. 이어서 또 패널 토론까지 이어지겠습니다. 먼저 1부의 기조 강의는 이수만 SM 엔터테인먼트 총괄 프로듀서님이 강연을 시작해 주시겠습니다.
We have a series of keynote addresses and online panel discussions lined up with our main section of today's forum. The first part will be delivered by executive producer 이수만 of SM Entertainment. So take a look.
자, 이수만 SM 엔터테인먼트 총괄 프로듀서입니다.
안녕하세요. 프로듀서 이수만입니다. 제1회 세계문화산업포럼에 초청해 주신 이장우 교수님을 비롯한 ENG 스티브 바넷 회장님, 캐피톨 뮤직 그룹입니다. 또 CAA 롭 라이트 음악 총괄 대표님과 에이전트이자 코-헤드 오브 인터내셔널 투어링의 달스턴 부부, 일본 에이벡스의 구로이와 가츠미 대표님, 중국 커다신페이 후이 총재님, 또 유튜브의 마크 리포트 아시아 태평양 지역 정책 총괄님, 한국 국제교류재단 이근 이사장님, 그리고 K-팝을 대표하는 아티스트 보아, 유명한 엑소 멤버이자 슈퍼엠의 리더인 백현, 또 NCT 리틀의 쟈니까지 함께 해주시는 모든 분들께 감사드립니다. 올해 저는 영상을 통한 비대면 방식으로 포럼에 참석하게 되었는데요. 급변하는 세상의 흐름에 맞춰서 오늘 저는 여러분께 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상에 대해서 말씀을 좀 드리고 싶습니다. 2020년 세계는 코비드-19으로 격변의 시대에 돌입했습니다. 전 세계가 팬데믹에 빠진 지금 오프라인을 기반으로 한 공연이나 이벤트가 모두 취소되면서 문학에도 큰 타격을 받았는데요. 어떤 이들은 집안에서 노래를 부르는 영상을 또 올리기도 하고요. 그리고 어떤 이들은 기존의 공연 실황을 무료로 스트리밍하면서 팬들과의 만남은 계속 이어가고 있습니다. 하지만 장기화되고 있는 코로나 팬데믹 속에서 새로운 돌파구를 빠르게 제시해야 된다는 그런 생각이 들었고, 기존에도 온라인 공연에 대한 관심을 두고 있었기에 저하고 SM은 세계 최초로 온라인 전용 유료 콘서트 브랜드인 비욘드 라이브를 선보이게 됩니다. 우리 유료 공연 비욘드 라이브를 전 세계 최초로 온라인 전용으로 선보인 주인공은 세계 최대 음악 시장이자 공연 시장인 바로 미국 할리우드이 아닌 대한민국의 SM 엔터테인먼트여서 많은 이들을 깜짝 놀라게 했는데요. 오프라인 공연 중심이었던 공연업계에 새로운 형태의 컨텐츠를 제시하면서 또 한 번 문학의 혁신을 일으키게 됩니다. 비욘드 라이브는 세계 최초의 온라인 유료 콘서트인 만큼 런칭과 동시에 전 세계에 뜨거운 관심을 받았는데요. 미국의 ABC 뉴스와 또 TV 버라이어티 쇼, 빌보드를 비롯해서 일본, 중국 등 각지에서 수많은 외신의 보도가 이어졌습니다. 또한 비욘드 라이브를 향한 국내의 아티스트와 기업들의 러브콜도 쏟아지고 있습니다. 모두가 혼란을 겪고 있는 위기 속에서도 세계 최초로 온라인 전용 유료 콘서트로 전 세계 문학의 새로운 패러다임을 제시할 수 있었던 건 평소에도 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상에 대한 꾸준한 관심과 그리고 급변한 시대의 흐름에 따라 고정관념을 깬 새로운 시각을 가지고 온라인 공연을 비롯해서 첨단 기술을 접목시킨 다양한 형태의 공연으로도 시야를 넓혀왔던 그런 결과라고 감히 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 저는 SM 창립 당시부터 Culture First, Economy Next를 모토로 문화를 먼저 만들고 이를 글로벌 시장에 맞게 최적화시켜 해외에 진출해 왔습니다. 경제 대국이 세계 문화를 이끈다는 고정관념을 탈피하고 문화의 힘만으로도 세계를 리드하는 경쟁력을 갖출 수 있다는 새로운 발상을 한번 해봤습니다. 그리고 문화가 국가를 대표하는 하나의 브랜드가 될 수 있다는 것을 증명하고 싶었습니다. 그래서 저는 문화가 세상을 이끄는 파워를 가질 수 있도록 프로듀서로서 컨텐츠를 만드는 기술, 즉 CT, Culture Technology라는 개념을 정립하고 체계적인 시스템을 통해서 최고의 아티스트와 컨텐츠를 지속적으로 만들고 발전시켜 왔습니다. 오랜 시간 동안 시도하고 노력한 결과 K-팝을 전 세계적으로 사랑받는 브랜드로 만들게 되었고요. 한류라는 문화현상을 주도했습니다. 또 저는 끊임없이 새로운 기술의 발전에도 주목했고요. 기술의 발전에 따라 변화할 문화 콘텐츠의 역할에 대해서도 고민해 보면서 기술과 문화의 융합을 꾸준히 시도해 왔습니다. 문화와 기술은 거리가 멀다는 시각이 대부분의 분들의 생각이었고 지배적이었지만 그런 생각이 저는 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상에 혁신을 일으킬 수 있는 CT를 만들기 위한 도전과 연구를 멈추지 않았습니다. 또 엔터테인먼트사 최초로 세계 최대 가전 IT 전시회인 CES에 3년 연속 참석하면서 전 세계의 다양한 업체 전문가들과 긴밀한 네트워크를 구축해 왔습니다. 저 역시 프로듀서로서 지속적으로 참석해 왔습니다. 또한 오래전부터 홀로그램과 AR, VR 기술을 문화 콘텐츠에 접목하는 그런 시도를 해왔는데요. 벌써 7년 전인 2013년 소녀시대가 홀로그램으로 등장하는 공연을 개최했을 뿐 아니라 홀로그램 전용 극장을 만들어서 동방신기, 샤이니, 엑소 등 K-팝 스타들이 대거 참여한 세계 최초의 홀로그램 뮤지컬을 상영해서 팬들에게 색다른 즐거움을 안겨주기도 했습니다. 작년에는 글로벌 반도체 기업 인텔사의 인텔 스튜디오와 협업해서 AR 기술을 K-팝 스토리텔링과 결합한 몰입형 미디어 컨텐츠를 직접 프로듀싱하는 것도 했고요. SM의 CT를 활용해서 미래 엔터테인먼트 산업의 패러다임을 바꿀 핵심 가치인 SMCU, 즉 SM Culture Universe를 만들고자 하는 저의 비전을 구체화하고 현실화하기 위해서 노력해 왔습니다. 이처럼 저는 그동안 첨단 기술과 문화 콘텐츠를 결합하는 끊임없는 시도와 도전을 통해서 문화와 기술의 융합이 이질적인 것이 아니라 궁극적으로 문화 콘텐츠 본질의 깊이는 더하고 기술의 발전에 따른 세상의 변화를 뚜렷하게 담아낼 수 있다는 것을 여러 결과물을 통해서 증명해 드리고 있습니다. 비욘드 라이브는 전 세계의 이목이 집중되었던 세계 최고 온라인 유료 공연인데요. 기존의 오프라인 공연을 단순히 온라인으로 중계하는 것을 넘어서서 AR과 같은 첨단 기술과 다중화상 연결 시스템을 활용한 시청자와의 실시간 소통 등을 접목한 온라인에 최적화된 형태의 신개념 공연이라고 볼 수 있겠죠. 비욘드 라이브에서 펼쳐진 NCT 127 영웅 무대는 곡의 그 동양적인 분위기를 아주 극대화하기 위해서 웅장한 스케일의 궁궐 세트와 금방이라도 승천할 것만 같은 그 용 등을 AR 효과를 활용해서 구현했는데요. 그 궁궐 정말 실제 무대 세트라고 해도 손색 없을 정도로 와 저런 궁이 어디 있지? 한국에 어디 있나? 이렇게 구경하고 싶은, 또 저희가 언제 만든 거야? 어느 역사 때 만든 거야? 이런 거를 얘기할 수 있을 정도로 아주 정교한 그래픽과 또 자연스럽고 생동감 넘치는 정말 살아있는 우리의 키우는 강아지처럼 그보다 훨씬 더 날아다니니까 더 빠른 움직임을 아주 디테일하게 구현한 용은 실제 무대 위를 막 날아다니는 그런 생동감을 선사했습니다. 지금 보시는 동방신기 외 이 무대에는 긴박한 전쟁터를 연상케 하는 거대한 헬리콥터가 나오죠. 무대를 둘러싼 화염과 금방이라도 무너질 것 같은 건물을 AR 기술로 연출해서 진짠가? 이렇게 보이기도 하고요. 또 그 무대 안에 그런 것들이 있음으로 인해서 얼마나 큰 무대인가, 가능한 건가? 이렇게 얼뜻 보면 그렇게 AR 기술도 연출해서 시청 관객 여러분들에게 강렬하고 또 압도적인 임팩트를 안겨주었을 것으로 믿습니다. 뭐 이번에는 분위기가 180도 전환되었죠. 무대 위를 헤엄치는 물속이 아니라 그 무대 위에서 이렇게 헤엄치는 고래와 반짝이는 빙산은 마치 바닷속에 들어와 있는 것 같은데요. 실제 오프라인 공연에서는 한정된 그 무대 장치를 활용해야 하는 그 공간적이고 물리적인 제약 때문에 공연의 분위기를 순식간에 바꿀 수 없지만 비욘드 라이브에서는 아무런 제약 없이 자유자재로 연출할 수 있게 됐습니다. 화려한 그래픽, 또 AR 효과, 또 첨단 기술을 활용해서 상상 속의 무대를 모두 선보일 수 있게 됐습니다. 실제로 첨단 기술을 접목한 무대 연출은 관객들의 몰입도를 아마 극대화했을 것이라고 자신합니다. 풍성한 볼거리를 또 만들어 주어서 보시는 분들한테 아주 뜨거운 반응을 이끌어내기도 했습니다. 또 비욘드 라이브는 다중 화상 연결 시스템을 통해서 그 많은 시청 관객과의 인터랙티브 소통으로 차별화를 두었었습니다. 그전에는 그렇게까지 많은 사람들과 같이 소통을 하는 것을 시도하지 못했죠. 지금은 좀 많이 보게 됐죠. 저희가 하고 나서 많이들 시작을 하고 시도를 하고 있고요. 무대를 둘러싼 대형 스크린에 여러분들 요즘은 또 많이 하고 있어서 보시겠지만은 그 사전에 추첨한 수백 명 관객의 얼굴이 등장해서 아티스트와 관객이 마주보고 대화도 할 수 있고요. 그리고 환호와 이 레이턴스 때문에 사실 이 소리라는 문제가 굉장히 저희를 괴롭혔었는데 환호와 함성 같은 그런 소리들, 관객들의 음성을 공연에 실시간으로 송출하게 되는 그러한 것을 저희가 해내게 됩니다. 팬들의 응원 소리가 삽입되니까 전 세계 팬들이 함께 공연을 막 보고 있으면서 같이 즐기고 있다는 현장감이 느껴지면서 이 온라인이었고 따로 이렇게 떨어져 있는 느낌보다 도리어 우리가 오프라인에서 느꼈던 그러한 동질감도 느끼게 되고 기존 온라인 공연이 보여주는 것에만 그렇게 그쳤던 조금 단절된 느낌에서 비욘드 라이브는 보고 그리고 듣는 것에 소통까지, 얘기까지 서로 가능하다는 재미를 더해서 차별화를 두게 된 거죠. 또한 온라인 공연은 공간의 제약에서 벗어나서 전 세계가 동시에 관람할 수 있는 장점을 지녔습니다. 그래서 공연의 시간도 뭐 서울에서 하는 거지만 전 세계가 한꺼번에 같은 시간에 같은 공간에서 보는 느낌으로 볼 수 있기 때문에 하나가 될 수 있었고요. 또 한국이라는 느낌을 더 줄 수도 있고 그래서 저희는 시간이 한국 기준으로는 오후 3시 보통 공연 뭐 6시, 7시 이렇게 하는데 오후 3시에 하게 됐습니다만은 그래서 미국 LA는 오후 11시에 볼 수 있게 만들었고요. 자기 전에 가능하면 프랑스의 파리는 오전 8시에 일어나면 볼 수 있었습니다. 안방에서 공연을 관람한 전 세계 팬들이 가장 많이 깨어 있는 시간대로 시차까지 고려해서 그러한 결정을 해서 오후 3시에 했던 것이었습니다. 그때 혹시 왜 3시에 하셨던 분들 당연히 이해하시겠습니다만은 이처럼 비욘드 라이브는 기존 아티스트의 공연에 차별화된 기획과 첨단 기술을 결합한 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상의 뉴 노멀로 부상하고 있습니다. 저는 비욘드 라이브의 기획 단계부터 아티스트의 무대를 비롯해서 AR 효과를 적용하는 기술적인 내용 전반까지 모든 부분을 직접 프로듀싱 했습니다. 다행히 제가 엔지니어여서 가능했던 것 같습니다. 무대 위 아티스트의 퍼포먼스와 첨단 기술이 어우러져서 최적의 시너지를 발휘할 수 있도록 심혈을 기울였습니다. 가장 기본적인 음향 체크부터 화상 연결 시스템, 첨단 기술의 적용까지 공연의 완성도를 보다 높이고 아티스트와 소통하고 싶은 관객들의 니즈도 충족시키고자 노력 많이 했는데요. 이러한 노력을 통해서 비욘드 라이브는 새로운 공연 비즈니스 모델로서 호평받으면서 문화업계의 새로운 선례가 되었습니다. 비욘드 라이브를 시작으로 다양한 온라인 유료 공연들이 전 세계로 이어지기 시작했고 한국은 물론 그 전 세계에서 비욘드 라이브를 벤치마킹해서 다양한 온라인 공연을 아주 더 많이 빠르게 선보일 것으로 전망됩니다. 이미 많이들 이제 보여주기 시작했습니다. 실제로도 국내 스타와 에이전시들의 문의가 정말 많이 이어지고 있기도 하고요. 또 최근에는 SN과 또 우리 박진영 훌륭한 프로듀서가 있는 JYP 엔터테인먼트가 함께 비욘드 라이브를 기획, 운영하는 회사인 비욘드 라이브 코퍼레이션 BLC를 설립했는데요. 뛰어난 프로듀싱과 첨단 기술이 결합된 우리의 독보적인 언택트 컨텐츠를 BLC를 통해 전 세계로 송출하면서 BLC의 글로벌 네트워크를 활용해서 전 세계 팬들이 함께 즐길 수 있는 신개념 공연 플랫폼으로 발전시킬 것입니다. 저는 프로듀서로서 K-팝을 세계화로 이끌었던 것과 같이 비욘드 라이브를 저희 나라에서 처음 시작하고 그리고 언택트 컨텐츠의 아이코닉한 존재로 성장시켜 나갈 것을 약속드립니다. 우리는 지금 처음에 말씀드렸듯이 코로나뿐만 아니라 또 다른 질병, 기후변화 등 인류가 예상치 못한 변수가 언제든 발생할 수 있는 격동의 4차 산업혁명 시대를 거치고 있습니다. 앞으로는 기술의 발전에 따라서 인간의 라이프 스타일에 더욱 많은 변화가 생길 것으로 생각되면서 제가 생각하는 미래 세상은 기존에 말씀드렸던 것처럼 셀러브리티와 로봇의 세상이 될 것으로 확신합니다. 실제로 코로나로 전 세계적으로 사회적 거리 두기를 하고 있는 요즘에 대중들은 각자 집에서 시간을 보내면서 셀러브리티, 엔터테인먼트 분야를 향한 관심과 니즈는 오히려 더욱 높아지고 있습니다. 예전보다 훨씬 더 음악을 많이 듣고요. 훨씬 더 영상을 많이 보고 있다는 뉴스는 아마 알고 계실 겁니다. 또한 산업의 발달과 디지털 디바이스, 인터넷 발달에 따라서 그들이 좋아하는 셀러브리티의 다양한 컨텐츠를 거의 전 세계가 동시에 즐기고 있고 이러한 컨텐츠 향유 방식은 더욱더 다양해질 것이기 때문에 미래에는 셀러브리티와 관계된 비즈니스가 더욱 중요해지는 세상이 될 것입니다. 특히 셀러브리티의 세상에는 빅데이터에 의한 로봇의 발달이 중요한 역할을 하게 될 것인데 그 중에서도 AI 기술의 발달로 개개인에게 특화된 아바타들이 탄생해서 우리의 라이프 스타일에 스며들고 우리와 그 아바타가 삶을 같이 함께 하게 될 것입니다. 살아있는 사람처럼, 마치 나의 친구처럼. 그래서 결국 내가 좋아하는 셀러브리티의 아바타가 내 옆에 만들어져서 같이 있다고 생각해 보면 그 아바타는 셀러브리티가 나와 직접 할 수 없는 일들, 그렇죠? 셀러브리티가 일일이 각개인의 집에 갈 수는 없을 테니까 그러한 것들을 아마 그 유명한 셀러브리티가 우리 집에서 나를 대신할 수 있게 어쩌면 일도 해주고 친구처럼도 되고, 그죠? 더 나아가서 나에게 특화돼서 나를 대신해 줄 수도 있다고 볼 수 있는 그런 아바타가 생긴다면 전문 분야에서 더 나은 능력을 가지고 다른 아바타들과 서로 소통하는, 즉 나의 아바타와 상대의 아바타가 아마 서로 소통하면서 그 결과, 정보들을 나에게 알려주는 그러한 초거대 버추얼 세상이 만들어질 것으로 보입니다. 그렇다면 한 사람당 여러 명의 AI 브레인 아바타를 소유하게 된다면 그 나라의 물리적인 인구수와는 상관없이 어쩌면 인구수의 10배, 100배 이상의 힘을 발휘하는 것처럼 그 나라의 인구수의 10배, 우리 같으면 막 5억이 넘어가는 그러한 나라의 힘을 발휘하게 되는 그런 미래가 올 것이라고 저는 그렇게 생각하고 그 부분에 이미 크게 매료되어 있습니다. 또한 저는 지금까지 엔터테인먼트와는 전혀 상관없다고 생각되었지만 우리의 생활을 혁신적으로 바꿀 바이오, AI, 또 나노테크 등이 엔터 산업에도 큰 변화를 가져올 것이라고 생각합니다. 바이오, AI, 나노테크. 굉장히 중요한 단어죠. 미래에 대해서는. 따라서 산업의 영역 구분을 넘어서서 수많은 사업자들이 엔터테인먼트의 새로운 영역을 향해 협업을 전개하게 될 것이고 지금까지 만나보지 못했던 그러한 새로운 컨텐츠들이 탄생될 것이라고 생각합니다. 앞으로 저는 이러한 미래 세상에 맞춰서 엔터테인먼트 산업을 발전시키기 위해서 새로운 시도를 계속해 나갈 것입니다. 앞서서 저는 그 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상의 핵심 가치이자 비전으로 SMCU, SM Culture Universe를 언급한 바 있는데요. 곧 미래 엔터테인먼트의 시작을 열게 될 SMCU, SM Culture Universe 프로젝트로 신인 걸그룹 에스파를 선보입니다. 에스파. 네, 이 그룹은 제가 꿈꿨던 셀러브리티와 아바타가 중심이 되는 미래 세상을 투영해서 현실 세계와 가상 세계의 경계를 초월하는 완전히 새롭고 혁신적인 개념의 그런 새로운 그룹으로 탄생할 것입니다. 기존 엔터테인먼트 산업은 아티스트와 음악에서 파생된 IP, 즉 지식재산권을 활용한 세계관을 만들어서 거기에서 파생되는 컨텐츠를 확장시키고 재생산하는 방식으로 이루어져 왔습니다. 뭐 잘 아시겠지만 우리는 뭐 엑소의 세계관이 굉장히 유명하죠. 네, 많은 분들이 아주 즐겨하는데요. 뭐 슈퍼파워 있고 막 갑자기 일로 이동도 하고요. 저는 이러한 그 기존의 관념을 그러나 이러한 기존에 있었던 이제 시작한 세계관을 넘어서서 기획 단계부터 혁신적이고 아주 강력한 스토리텔링이 있는 그러한 세계관을 만들면 어떨까 생각했습니다. 앞으로의 콘텐츠는 어떻게 스토리를 만들고 그것이 어떻게 전달하고 그러한 세상에 내가 같이 들어가서 살 수 있느냐, 팬 입장이든 같이 친구로서든 그 세계관 속에 들어갈 수 있는 그것이 승부라고 생각합니다. 이거 너무 비밀을 얘기하는 거 아닌가 싶은데 뭐 실제로 이제 보셔야 되겠습니다만은 상징과 메타포로서 해석되는 그런 정도의 세계관이 아니고요. 전혀 새로운 아주 매력적인 캐릭터와 이야기가 담겨있는 그런 스토리텔링 컨텐츠가 저절로 되고 그 안에 있는 그러한 아티스트, 그 스토리를 갖고 있는 아티스트와 또 그러한 음악을 표현하는 필수 요소가 될 것이며 성공의 열쇠라고 생각했습니다. 분명 여러분들은 에스파가 세상에 처음 공개되었을 때 그들의 음악과 비주얼, 퍼포먼스 외에도 매력적인 스토리를 통해서 새로운 엔터테인먼트를 아마 경험하게 되실 것으로 확신합니다. 새 걸그룹 에스파의 핵심이 될 스토리텔링에 대해서 살짝 공개해 드릴까 하는데요.
안녕하세요, 카리나입니다. 오랜만이에요. 안녕하세요, 아이 카리나입니다. 야, 너무 딱딱하잖아. 저렇게 손 흔들면서 다시 해봐. Hi everyone, I'm 아이 카리나. 저희끼리 서로 부르는 호칭이 있거든요. 뭐였더라? BF? 나이. 그게 저희를 부르는 방식이에요. 처음 아이 카리나한테 싱크 메시지를 받았을 때 정말 심장 토하는 줄 알았어요. You're so good. 춤 잘 춘다. 얘가 저만 아는 비밀 말하기 전까지는 저도 못 믿었어요. 우리 나비스가 저희 분신인 카리나를 알려줬어요. 그리고 처음 싱크에 대해 알게 된 날 너무 떨려서 잠을 못 잤어요. 나 만날 생각에? 카리나와 저는 싱크로 연결되어 있는데 나비스가 도와주지 않았다면 저랑 카리나는 만나지 못했을 거예요. 나비스, I love you. 너 인스타 라이브 나올 수 있어? 목소리밖에 안 나오잖아. 얘 처음 만났을 땐 엄청 딱딱했거든요. 만들어주느라 고생했죠. 카리나는 신이에요. 너무 잘해. 무엇보다 우리를 가장 깊게 연결해준 건 음악일 거예요. 카리나와 함께하는 시간들이 너무 행복해서 잊고 시간이 안 갔으면 좋겠어요. 진짜 말 안 해도 알아요. 그냥 또 다른다? 친구 같고 동생 같고 그래요. 지인한테 궁금한 점 있으시면 댓글 많이 남겨주세요. 지금 리콜 시간 끝난다. 그럼 또 만나요. 안녕.
에스파는 현실 세계에 존재하는 아티스트 멤버가 있습니다. 현실 세계. 그리고 가상 세계에 존재하는 아바타 멤버가 같이 존재하는데, 현실과 가상의 중간 세계인 디지털 세계를 통해서 소통하고 교감하면서 성장해가는 스토리텔링을 가지고 있습니다. 그들은 현실 세계에 존재하는 아티스트 멤버들하고 가상 세계에 존재하는 아바타 멤버들, 그리고 그들의 곁에서 서포트해주고 든든한 조력자 역할을 하는 가상 세계 속의 신비로운 존재들이 그룹의 멤버로 함께 활동할 수 있는 현실에서 획기적인 아이덴티티를 가지는 신개념 그룹이 될 것입니다. 네, 좀 더 설명해 드리면, 걸그룹 에스파는 현실 세계의 멤버들과 가상 세계의 멤버들이 있고요. 그 현실 세계와 가상 세계의 멤버들이 서로 시켜서 하고 뭐 하는 게 아니라 서로 다른 유기체 개체로서 서로 대화를 하게 됩니다. AI 브레인을 갖고 있기 때문에 서로 얘기도 하고 서로 조력도 해주고 또 서로 친구도 되고 정보도 나누고 또 각자 세계에서 할 일을 해서 정보를 나누고 각자 세계를 오갈 수도 있게 되겠죠. 기대해 주시기 바랍니다. 함께 SNS 라이브도 결국은 진행하면서 교감을 나누는 등 지금까지는 만날 수 없었던 전혀 새로운 개념의 스토리텔링을 선보일 예정입니다. 아바타를 만드셨다고요? 만든다고요? 아닙니다. 현실 세계의 아바타와 똑같은 우리가 모르는 버추얼 세계에서 아바타가 탄생이 되는데, 현실 세계의 인간들인 우리 현실 세계 멤버들이 처음으로 그런 아바타를 만나게 되는 세상의 세계관을, 그런 세상을 여러분들한테 오픈할 것입니다. 여러분들도 여러분들의 아바타를 만나게 될 것이고, 현실 세계의 멤버들은 지금까지의 SM 아티스트처럼 오프라인에서 활동을 펼치는 것과 동시에 가상 세계의 아바타 멤버들도 다양한 컨텐츠와 프로모션을 선보이면서 활동하게 될 것이고, 여러분들은 그들을 보게 될 것입니다. 그들은 또한 AI 브레인을 가지고 또 각자 활동하는 것으로 보여줄 수도 있고, 바로 여러분들을 옆에서 같이 도와주고 생활하는 그런 아바타가 될 것입니다. 즉, 한 그룹 안에서 온, 오프라인 동시에, 그러나 각각 서로 다른 방식으로 때로는 현실 세계와 때로는 가상 세계의 컬래버레이션을 선보이는 등 다채롭고 파격적인 방식으로 활동을 펼쳐나갈 계획입니다. 에스파로 인해서 저는 또다시 새로운 길을 열고 차별화된 즐거움과 재미를 선사할 수 있을 것이라고 저는 확신하는데요. 이제 저는 제가 꿈꿔온 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상에 한 발 더 가까이 다가갔습니다. SM 창립 당시부터 축적해온 CT, 컬처 테크놀로지를 기반으로 지금 이 자리까지 왔는데요. 25년 동안 저는 업계의 수많은 변화와 지각 변동을 가져왔고요. 매번 남들보다 한 발 앞서 나가면서 좀 더 혁신적인 발자취를 이뤄보려고 많이 노력했습니다. 네. 그리고 올해에도 신인 걸그룹을 통해서 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상을 위한 비전, 즉 SMCU, SM 컬처 유니버스를 실현하고 지금까지와 마찬가지로 더욱 새롭고 혁신적으로 나아가겠습니다. 앞으로도 저 그리고 SM이 만들어갈 미래 엔터테인먼트 세상에 많이 관심 가져주시고, 우리나라의 핵심 경쟁력이 되고 있는 문화산업에 더욱 많은 응원을 부탁드립니다. 또한 저는 프로듀서로서 앞으로 세계적인 경쟁력을 지닌 음악을 기반으로 한국과 아시아를 넘어서서 북미, 남미, 유럽 등 더 넓은 세계로 나아가서 K-팝을 알리고 또 더욱 성장시키고자 합니다. 많은 응원과 관심 부탁드립니다. 오늘 정말 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
네, SM 엔터테인먼트의 총괄 프로듀서인 이수만님의 강연을 함께 만나봤습니다. 강연도 상당히 인사이트 깊은 그런 내용들로 가득했지만 특히나 에스파라고 하는 SM의 새로운 아이돌을 그 컨셉을 우리가 드디어 처음으로 또 이렇게 이야기 들을 수 있어서 상당히 인상적인 그런 강연이 아니었나 싶습니다.
That's right. Executive producer Lee Soo-man, he explained how he utilizes cutting-edge technology in the entertainment industry through the examples of, for example, the Beyond the Live service that was timely launched earlier this year in April, and also the concept behind the newly launched girl group aespa.
자, 그러면 이번에는 계속해서 또 한 분 아주 특별한 분의 강연을 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 미국에서 가장 역사가 깊은 음악 회사이죠. CMG 그룹의 스티브 바넷 회장님의 강연이 준비되어 있습니다. 영미권 음악 시장에서 K-팝의 잠재력이라는 주제로 강연이 준비되어 있는데요. 이 강연 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Our next keynote speech will be delivered by Steve Barnett, chairman of Capitol Music Group. His speech is titled "The Potential of K-pop in the Anglosphere Music Market." Take a look.
부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello everyone, I'm Steve Barnett, the chairman and CEO of the Capitol Music Group in Hollywood, California. Today I'm coming to you from the famed Capitol Studios within our iconic Capitol Tower. Built in 1956 as the first round office building in the world, the Capitol Tower has been seen in countless films and television shows and is one of the most recognizable buildings in the world. We're very proud of our tower, but we're even more proud of what goes on inside. Hundreds of people passionate about music and art, all working together to fulfill the dreams and goals of our artists. Capitol recently celebrated its 78th anniversary, having formed in 1942 as the first record company headquartered on the west coast of the United States of America. We've been a major contributor to the US cultural landscape ever since. This very studio that I'm sitting in held its first recording sessions more than 60 years ago, led by the great Frank Sinatra. Since then, countless other recordings from the likes of Bob Dylan, Paul McCartney, Nat King Cole, Barbra Streisand, Katy Perry, Michael Jackson, Sam Smith have been created in this very studio. So it's the perfect setting for me today as I'll be discussing a global phenomenon that is having a tremendous impact upon America's cultural landscape. So to all of you attending the first World Cultural Industry Forum in Korea, it is my honor to present to all of you my thoughts and experiences with K-pop music in the United States. The explosive popularity of K-pop in the US is one of the most exciting developments in our industry in decades. Maybe the biggest since hip-hop became such a force in American culture. In fact, K-pop is one of the most dynamic musical revolutions to hit our shores since the British invasion in the 1960s.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles! Here they come!
As many of you will remember, that movement brought us the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, to name only two. In America, K-pop is embraced by teens and young adults alike, the key demographics for massive success. Our popular culture is largely driven by young people, and over the past several years, they've spoken loudly and passionately for K-pop music and its artists. In fact, the passion and loyalty of American K-pop fans surpasses that of virtually any other musical category, and their voice is louder than it's ever been in the history of music in the US. This translates to an extremely active social media presence in our country, be it on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Spotify, and any other platform that we could name. The US might have been late to the K-pop party compared to some other regions in the world, but we're certainly making up for lost time. The creative executives behind K-pop amplified by the extraordinary achievements of Mr. Suman Lee and SM Entertainment, have raised the bar for all pop music and really helped to differentiate K-pop. The songs and records are made by the very best creative talent in our industry, and the performers deliver them with incredibly melodic flair and unrivaled harmonies. Their visual presentations are second to none. They are colorful, high concept, and feature unrivaled choreography. This total package approach has many parallels to one of America's greatest music success stories, Motown Records. Motown Records was founded by Mr. Berry Gordy in 1958, and we are proud that Motown also makes its home within our Capitol Music Group here at the Tower. Mr. Suman Lee and SM Entertainment employ a similar approach to finding and developing talent that Berry Gordy and Motown utilized in the 1960s and 70s. They search, they audition, they nurture raw talent, they help their young artists hone their crafts to an exciting precision. Nothing less than absolute excellence will do. This is exactly how Motown launched a global revolution from Detroit, Michigan in 1958, and why their music still reverberates around the world today. I know that Motown and Mr. Gordy inspire Mr. Suman Lee and his approach with SM Entertainment, and I was so thrilled to introduce these two moguls to each other at last year's annual Capitol Congress here in Hollywood, California. They have so much in common. Two self-made men who revolutionized music globally through their vision, tenacity, and tremendous creative and executive talent. As I'm doing today, I expect someone will be speaking to the WCIF in 30 or 40 years from now and discussing how the music from SM Entertainment is still having a tremendous impact upon the global music market. I'm often asked why K-pop has become so popular in the United States. In short, K-pop artists are incredibly exciting to listen to and watch, totally unique in everything they do, and to say they are talented and hardworking is an absolute understatement. They embody an enormous work ethic and appreciation for their fan support, and this plays a large role in their fans' ever-growing devotion to them. As popular as K-pop has already become in the US, our collaborative strategy with SM will ensure that this exciting movement is not simply a trend, but a mainstay of the American musical landscape moving forward. In a few minutes, I'll be highlighting some of the enormous K-pop success we've achieved in America through our partnership with Mr. Suman Lee and SM Entertainment. But first, a little background. Capitol Music Group had been eager to enter the K-pop business for a number of years, but we didn't want to merely rush headlong into the first opportunity that presented itself. We wanted to find the right partner, one whose strengths would complement our own, so that 1 + 1 could equal billions. Billions of streams and millions of albums, hit record after hit record, sold out stadiums and arenas. That's what we wanted. And then we met Mr. Suman Lee and his incredible team at SM Entertainment. Within our first meeting, we knew they would be the right partners for us. The only problem was every other music company in America also wanted SM Entertainment to be their partner. But there can only be one, and we wanted it to be us, the Capitol Music Group in Hollywood, California. We were determined to forge a partnership with SM that would help make CMG a leader in K-pop in America and help make SM a household name in the US, just like Motown. Fortunately, there was a connection. Mr. Suman Lee agreed that CMG was the right home, and we shook hands on a partnership early last year. And what great partners they are. With SM, nothing is left to chance. They devote enormous time, energy, and resources to understanding K-pop fans, and they are hyper-focused on enlarging the global market. This partnership has evolved into a very close and mutually beneficial relationship between our two companies, and we have enjoyed tremendous success together. Let me take this opportunity to detail some of our shared success with you. In April of 2019, we launched our first release together, NCT 127. Let's take a look.
Now, the breakdown.
네, 서울 여기는 City Higher NCT 127. Yeah, Billboard NCT 127.
Leading the next generation of K-pop, NCT 127, and they have a special
one of the biggest K-pop groups in the world. NCT 127 is one of the hottest groups to come out of South Korea.
Make some noise for K-pop supergroup NCT 127.
Here to sing Highway to Heaven is the wildly popular group from Seoul, South Korea, NCT 127.
Waiting for hours for NCT 127. They take over Rockefeller Plaza next.
NCT 127 is coming to your city.
In August of 2019 at the Capitol Congress, we made history with the announcement of the first K-pop supergroup, Super M, which brought together 7 members from the most successful K-pop groups in the world.
They are one, what we got. It's the way they will make it hot. And we come ready or not. We go straight to the top. We go 100. We go 100. Hey, we go. Okay, top notch, hit the spot like a jackpot. Look above, we belong high up top. Trying to bring us down, but we got too hot. All around, not optional, we be unstoppable, yeah. Coming through like a wrecking ball. Keep it wild like an animal. Yeah, bring the freak to the party. Adrenaline to your body to make you rubber. We go way to fall floor. No, we gonna be unstoppable. Hey, 불가능은 없어, 가져가. Oh, it's swagger. All of your minds, we go shatter. Care, 여기 눈에 태운 stage. Left to the right, we gon' make it bang. Put your hands in the air, let me see you bounce. To the left, to the right, shut down now. That's when we jump in, it's poppin', we choppin'. Choppin', choppin', choppin'. Down, chopping, how we get down. Cause when we jump in and pop in, we chop it. Step with the flow. We're the competition, ready to looking one-sided. Up like a 747 with the flyers. The ins, love style, you should try it. So 시작해, make it last, front and back. Yeah, give me that. The roof's on fire, let it burn to an ash. We gon' keep it chopping till the DJ bring it back down.
Next guests are making their world television debut today. This supergroup of Korean pop stars have been called the Avengers of K-pop.
This is their self-titled EP. Here with the song Jopping, Super M.
Yeah, all this Super M stuff is cute, but I got you Super M!
The Avengers of K-pop, Super M, have topped this week's chart at #1 with their debut effort, the first mini-album, Super M.
Can't slow down, can't slow down. 100, we going all out. We go 100.
As you can see, we approach the launch of Super M like you would a blockbuster film. Thank you to the WCIF for allowing me this time to speak to you about K-pop in the United States, our great partnership with Mr. Suman Lee and SM Entertainment, and the success we are sharing together as K-pop continues its growth in the United States of America. It's been an honor, and I look forward to seeing you all in person one day very soon. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 미국에서 가장 역사가 깊은 음악 회사입니다. CMG 그룹의 스티브 바넷 회장의 강연까지 함께 만나봤습니다. 지금 K-팝이 어디에 서 있는지를 새삼 느낄 수 있는 그런 아주 또 내용 인사이트 깊은 그런 강연이었습니다. 자, 이럼 계속해서 강연자분들과 현장을 연결해서 패널 토론을 갖는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 이번 패널 토론에는 한국국제교류재단의 이근 이사장님과 그리고 또 WCIF 이장우 의장님, 그리고 이수만 SM 엔터테인먼트 총괄 프로듀서, 그리고 아티스트 백현, 그리고 방금 만나보신 CMG 그룹의 스티브 바넷 회장님까지 함께 참여해서 패널 토론을 함께 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Now we will move on to our online panel discussion. Egan, president of the Korea Foundation, will serve as our moderator, while our two presenters, SM Entertainment executive producer Lee Soo-man and chairman Steve Barnett of Capital Music Group, artist Baekhyun of Group EXO, as well as Lee Jang-woo, president of the World Cultural Industry Forum, will serve as the panelists.
네, 슈퍼엠 사례에서 본 영미권 엔터테인먼트 시장의 K-팝 성장 가능성이라는 주제로 함께 패널 토론이 50분 동안 이어지도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 이근 이사장님께 마이크를 넘기겠습니다.
Now the panel discussion will be held for 50 minutes under the title The Growth Potential of K-pop in the Anglosphere Music Market as Demonstrated by the Super M Case.
부탁드리겠습니다.
네, Hello everyone. I am President Egan of Korea Foundation. First of all, I'd like to express my great appreciation to be here today at the First World Cultural Industry Forum together with the executive producer Lee Soo-man of SM Entertainment, CEO Steve Barnett, and also artist Baekhyun. We are having this WCIF special talk, which is one of the most important sessions. Of course, that doesn't mean that other sessions are not important, but it is truly a great honor to be here today and moderating this session. Korea is definitely having a lot of proud culture, but probably until now was like Samsung Electronics or companies that led manufacturing industry. But when people think about Korea, the cultural industry represented by SM Entertainment is one of the key success factors that proudly can represent Korea. And I strongly believe that Korean economy as well as status in the global stage will definitely be beefed up thanks to the culture forum that we are having today. And becoming the first session moderator itself is significant, important. First of all, let me briefly introduce Korea Foundation, where I'm working as a president. Korea Foundation focuses on letting the whole world know about the attractiveness and also the factors that can attract people around the world so that they can know and understand more about Korea. So that's the main business or activities that we are working on. Korea Foundation is under the umbrella of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We call this as a public diplomacy because we publicize Korea's attractiveness, and next year we'll be celebrating 30th anniversary. Until now, we did our utmost effort to publicize Korea and let the people know more about Korea, and I believe that the greatest contribution was made by, definitely without any doubt, SM Entertainment and also K-pop led by executive producer. And among the K-pop, we have invited the most representative artist, Baekhyun, with us today. Once again, it is extremely significant to have him with us. Also, executive producer Lee Soo-man and CEO Steve Barnett have given us keynote speeches, so I'm not going to give any additional explanations, but let me introduce artist Baekhyun. Baekhyun belongs to EXO and also Super M, and Delight recently released album, as you know, has recorded 1 million sellers, 1 million copies, and ever since Kim Gun-mo's seventh album was released in 2001, this was the first time in 19 years that the album was sold more than 1 million copies. And this is definitely an astounding and spectacular record. So my first question goes to artist Baekhyun. Baekhyun, please share your experience of setting the new record on Billboard, ranking the #1 in just 10 days after your debut album was released for the first time in Asia. Please share your feelings and also your experience, and I believe that your fans will love to hear that. As a group member, and also as a solo, and also a renowned artist, how did you feel? What was your impressions of becoming a million-seller artist? Album million-seller artist. And also, when you produce album, what part did you care most about, and what did you want to deliver to your fans? Mr. Baekhyun, please go ahead. Hello, everyone. I'm Baekhyun. First of all, it is a great pleasure and privilege all the members of Super M when we ranked on Billboard. We were extremely happy. The first thought that appeared in my mind was how grateful I am to executive producer Lee Seung-man, to my fans and staff members, and also after appearing on famous programs such as Ellen Show in the United States and meeting with the local fans in the States and also related people, and having interviews and performance, I realized that they were very much interested in our music, in our performance, as well as the fact that we are a sort of allied team of existing team members. On top of that, this year, my solo album sales this year exceeded 1 million copies, and there were a lot of good things. And I became a million seller as a solo artist. Well, I make album, and when I do that, I work with my heart, and I want those who listen to my songs to feel happy. And actually, I'm the one who received a lot of love from my fans, so I should be grateful. In the future, I want to show my growth by challenging various musics and performance through the album release, and I hope that my voice can provide hopes, energy, and everything to many people. Thank you. Well, artist Baekhyun, thank you very much for sharing your experience and your feelings. You are truly a global artist, and you are showing once again a true aspect. Next question goes to Chairman Steve Barnett. So, what is the biggest reason that Super M's album was able to reach #1 in the US market in a short period of time? Because there was no one who can predict it. Of course, executive producer Lee could have predicted that because they belong to him, but no one has expected that, not a single person in Korea. So, what was the secret? What's the biggest reason in your own perspective? What is your take on the reason why K-pop is so successful in the US market, and what are their attractiveness, if you can analyze that?
First of all, the MVP is my friend Soo-man Lee. You know, he's a genius and he's a pioneer. And when it was first explained to our team at the Capitol Tower that Mr. Soo-man Lee had this vision of a supergroup, and the term the Avengers of K-pop was told to us, that kind of led us down a road where we had to open the marketing campaign for this group in such a short time, like it was a movie. And that's what we did. And we were really appreciative to Baekhyun and the rest of the guys that they came to California and performed this historic concert at the foot of the Capitol Tower which was seen by millions of people around the world. That was really probably, apart from the music and the content created by the SM team, that was really the most significant part of what we did. And we really wanted to humanize them for the American fans. They did a press conference in Studio A at the Capitol Tower, probably the most famous recording studio in America. And it harkened back to me to think about the Beatles in the 1960s. And we had not only journalists, but fans there. So I think there was a great cooperation between myself and Mr. Suman Lee and the rest of the SM team. The announcement at the Capitol Congress where Mr. Lee came was really carried and became a massive trending topic on Twitter around the world. And of course, in America now, the audience has the loudest voice it's ever had. They can choose what they want to listen to. They can choose what they want to buy. In my personal opinion, it was just the perfect time to launch a group like this. When I visited Seoul and just saw the incredible work that SM Entertainment have done over the years, I think the credit really needs to go to Mr. Suman Lee as an innovator, and he really created the culture. It's very easy to follow. It's very hard to lead. So I think in terms of our ambition, Mr. Suman Lee will tell you, I told him we're going to be number one. It was very difficult for us to do that. It was a very competitive week, but the group worked so hard, the record was so incredible, and the fans voted yes. That's really what happened.
네, 미국 시장에서 K-팝이 성공할.
Well, Chairman Bane told us the secret why it was so successful, why Super M was so successful in the US market. And I'm sure that executive producer Lee might have a different views. K-pop itself, there was a lot of skepticism being unfolded. Someone said that this is the end. We cannot go beyond Asian market, but every time the kind of skepticism can creeping, once again, Mr. Lee totally broke it down and made a huge success in the US market. Especially right at this moment, K-pop is so successful in the US. What was the reason, if you can tell us? Is this just one-time thing, or do you believe that this can be continuously happen in the US market? Can you share that? So, Executive Producer Lee.
Yes, that's a tough question. Predicting the future, that's a tough challenge to me. Well, I would like to just tell you my opinion. This is my personal thought. Around 30 or 40 years later, maybe I'm wrong, but please forgive me. And along with the SM Entertainment, I am working really hard. And for the future, I would like to produce something good which can contribute positively to South Korea. Let me put it this way. And when we are creating the content for the entertainment industry and the cultural industry, I use the term culture, technology, CT, as opposed to the IT. Casting, training, producing, management and marketing are the key pillars for the CT. And I have systemized that and established that as a structure. And we have detailed ways and detailed content so that everybody can understand what CT is and what the process is. And that's how we build the content, and that's how we produce our artists. We have a specific system dedicated to it. And in the past, a strong country's culture was spreading. However, I didn't think it that way. Culture first, economy next was our catchphrase. The power of the culture can have significant impact on the economic growth as well. So that was the new idea that I brought into the market. So when we are getting into the global market, we need to think about the small domestic market, and we need to collaborate with the local partner in each of the market. Mr. Steve Barnett is a really wonderful and the visionary partner, and he has a lot of experience already. And he's the one who produced the album for the Beatles, and we have such a great help from the visionary people and the visionary partners. Thank you very much once again for your help, and it is a really great pleasure to see you online. I wish that we can talk offline, but anyway, thank you very much for your help, Mr. Bennett, once again. And the K-pop is being localized, and then there are many people who believe in K-pop, and we are collaborating with those supporters. Super M is based on the culture universe, which is the evolutionary form of the culture technology. Culture Universe is the basic vision for the Super M, and they are the first team based on the Culture Universe concept. And as you can see in the Marvel Universe, the word universe can be used. When we are talking with the CMG, Mr. Bonnet told me that you needed to have something new and you needed to have a fresh approach. And that is how I started to do the producing EXO, Shiny, NCT, Wavy, Wation V. Members are get together and they created a new alliance team. They can do the collaboration, they can work together, and sometimes they can create a unit. Currently, we have a lot of the unit. For example, like NCTU. But within the universe, we can get together, sometimes we can work together and work individually. That kind of team or the crossover team is really important. So we can put that as a SM content universe. And we have the SMP, SM performance. The power per music, SMP, and the performance of the SM can target the fans of the US. And I believe that is the secret behind our success. And along with the fans, we can work together, we can dance together. That kind of a collaborative team is the secret, or that kind of collaboration with the team is the secret for the success. And I really believe that is really important. The quality of the content is really important. The performance and the music is important. Of course, the fashion is important. And the visual effects are really important. Good song and the decent outlook, that kind of cinematic music video and the visual content were the big contributor to the K-pop. And we needed to showcase the core value of the K-pop. And CMG has a great marketing strategy, so they helped us a lot. Along with the debut album, they became the #1 in the Billboard Hot 200. Debut album became the #1. That is the first time since the Beatles as an Asian singer, that is the first time their debut album became the #1 in the Hot 200, which means Super M made a miraculous outcome. It is not just a miracle in Asia, and I believe there must be more miracles coming in. And in the US market, K-pop was successful because of the online platforms, social media, and the evolution of the digital devices. Many people across the world can have access to the cultural content, and we can share the content just like we are doing right now. We can share the content. And Chairman Steve Barnett is here with us, and that must be late at night. And sorry for taking away your dinner time. Anyway, we can share this kind of content on a real time thanks to the development of technology and the quality of the K-pop content and the unique K-pop content is really important, and they are competitive, and they can be competitive across the world. And what is more important than that is the Korean Wave's core supporters, the passionate fans were really important. The fandom is growing larger and larger. They have large influence across the world. We are living in the era of the fandom. So fandom is really important, and their support was really important. But the content is really important. And there have been lots of the singers who made a lot of effort to lead the development of the K-pop. As we have the accumulated outcome, so we have more and bigger fandom, and more people started to have interest about the K-pop. So probably that is why in the US market, the fandom plus the fandom community was created. The new world is coming in. So in the US market, the Korean-made fandom is contributing to a larger community, and they are communicating each other within the community. The new world is coming, especially to the youngsters of the US. And in Korea, we have well-developed fandom, and the cultural phenomenon of South Korea is something that many people in the US are paying attention to. Korean singers and the management companies can have more and more collaboration with the US local companies. Actually, we have more collaboration, and we can do more effective marketing each other. We can teach and learn from each other. And thanks to the wonderful local marketing, especially thanks to the Mr. Steve Barnett, we had a great outcome. And that was my answer for you.
Executive producer Lee Soo-man explained and elaborated really well. And maybe I am the only one who is very nervous. Well, he talked about fandom and also cooperation, and thank you so much for your answer. Well, I believe the major reasons are creativity, endless efforts, continuous innovations are the key success factors. Culture universe. About the SMC, you also talked about that, but I'll ask about that question later on. So going back to artist Baekhyun, here goes my question. Please be proud of yourself and also tell us your charms. What are your fans? Why are they so attracted and charmed to you? What are the reasons? And also, how did you manage to communicate so well? What are the differences between American music market and also that of Korean market? Well, until now, I've been working as a solo and also as a member of EXO and Super M. I've been doing various activities. Through these activities, it seems that I have received a great response from people around the world, especially not only fans, but also people working in different music dance field. In particular, there are a lot of different concepts. So I tried different patterns, different styles. And also, we believe that even though we belong to one group, we are the same members group, but we'd like to show a different aspect, and we're able to do what we do best. My greatest advantage is vocal, and I don't want it to stand out, but I want our harmony working together. And I believe that our experience working together was able to draw a great response. Especially Super M has a unique SMP style with energetic performance, a very unique style music genre, and synergy among the members that drew a great response. I also were able to appear in different broadcasting companies' show or performance or performing promotions, interviews, events through Super M activities, and I got stimulation from that, and I think I was able to grow a little bit more. I hope that I can give fans a variety of looks, more stabilized and happier musics to my fans. Thank you. Well, artist Baekhyun, I ask you to brag yourself, but you are so humble. You don't brag yourself, and you rather give a compliment to the members of the EXO. You are truly a global artist. I am very much impressed. Next question goes to Chairman Steve Barnett. Sir, I believe that working together with the Asian company could be very unique. You briefly mentioned about working together and collaboration is critical, but what was your experience working with Asian company? What's the differences between working with the Asian company with that of the American companies?
At the beginning, Mr. Lee, as you probably know, is a perfectionist. And so everything that we had to do, and it was so important for Super M to be successful, but to give you some perspective, when we just had to choose the site on the Capitol campus where we would do this concert that was watched by millions of people, that took 5 days of meetings for it to be perfect. Everything had to be perfect. And so even though we're fortunate to have been very successful in the American market, I actually learned a lot from Mr. Lee. And so I think that his reputation as being the best, which is why we wanted him to be our partner. The time change sometimes is complicated for my team. Sometimes it's very late at night, and you've got 30 people on a Zoom. But I think that the cooperation, and actually when I visited Seoul, which I hadn't been to for maybe 10 years, it was so interesting to me because the city felt so vibrant. There was something going on there. It kind of reminded me a little bit of London in the 60s when popular music was really created from the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. You went to London and it was just happening. And so I think that the expertise and just the attention to detail and the vision that is SM and Mr. Lee, which is obviously shared by his artists, was really educational for us and really beneficial from us. I think we learned more from him than he learned from us. So it was absolutely a unique relationship, just the right time. This was the right group. And it was, I feel for us that K-pop is in its infancy. If we came and talked in 10 years, I think globally it's going to be much, much bigger. That's my opinion. Thank you.
네, 한국의 음악
Well, working together with the Korean company was well elaborated by the chairman vividly. Next question goes back to, once again, executive producer Lee So-man.
MCU.
And you talked about the SMCU. And can you elaborate a little bit more about the concept of the cultural universe? SMCM, the culture universe, sounds like that you are going to conquer the world and conquer the universe and the space. And as Baekhyun said, and also as we heard about the Super M, as in the case of the aespa. So can you elaborate a little bit more with the examples of the Super M and aespa as an example, Mr. Lee? Let me first tell you about culture technology. And culture technology is similar to the IT. And in the past, we have lots of the craftsmanship. For example, when you are building the ceramic or the china, that kind of craftsmanship is gone. That has not been transferred to the next generation because that has not been codified. You needed to make that as a formal text, and then you needed to transfer that to your next generation so that they can learn out of the text. Only then we can have something better in the future. And as you know, that kind of a craftsmanship is gone. And Japan has now have a better craftsmanship when it comes to the pottery making. So that kind of craftsmanship should be transferred to the next generation. We need to codify them and we need to make a logical system. That is how I came with the concept of cultural technology. Culture technology is the technology to produce the entertainment content, and the culture universe is a bit different. Culture universe is a future world of the entertainment made out of culture technologies. It is beyond the industrial borders. Many people across the industries can collaborate together We need technology, AI, bio, and nanotechnology. We need those kind of technologies, and those technologies can be used in the entertainment, just as in the case of the ASPA. We are collaborating to open up the new era and the new aspect of the entertainment industry. Super M is the first project of the culture universe. Super M is connecting the synergistic effect between the East and the West. SM and the Capital Music collaborated together. Listening to what Mr. Steve Bannon said, I can tell you that those who are working globally are good at giving praise or complimenting to others. And I believe Baekhyun can be a global star because he's so good at complimenting others and praising others. And when I met with Mr. Steve Bonnet and I'm working with the team of the CMG, I could tell that they had lots of the meetings. Of course, many of the Koreans are not that familiar to them, but they were like a friend to me. And they really like the Korean food as well. And they treated me like a friend, and they took care of us. And they provide lots of the care rather than just focusing on their care. And they were like a spongy. They observed what we are saying and what we are talking about. And they started to understand the fandom of Korea. They have a quick understanding and they say that's going to be a really wonderful world in the future. So we shared a lot of strategy, and the CMG helped us a lot about the marketing. We can have the universe where the two cultures can be mixed together. We can have a new crossover. We can create a new universe by doing that. And that is the vision of the SM culture universe. We can accept something from others, and we can learn from others, and we can create something new along with other people. In the past, we just called it as a fusion. However, now across the world, we can create the content universe. And you heard about the Super M, and Baekhyun is a member of the EXO. And Kai is also a member of the EXO. And the Taemin from SHINee, and Taeyong and Mark from the NCT 127 are also the member of the Super M. And Lucas Tan from the WayB are the member of the Super M. Super M is a 7-member team. And this is a kind of the universe because we have various members from lots of the teams. Super M project is targeting the borderless future market. We can have infinite collaboration across the world. And whoever that may be, we can work on the infinite collaboration literally. And Super M can be the beginning point for the collaboration to the Asia, China, Vietnam, Indonesia, whatever the country may be. And we can collaborate with the lots of household name companies and the celebrities in that culture. And we can create the content together. We can first create the Asian content, and we can create the global content and the Western content. And I am sure about it. And that's something that I'm gonna do as a producer, and that is something that I should do. So K-pop universe will be created, and there will be an Asian universe to be created. And across the world, we can compete across the world, but within that competition, we can collaborate between the East and the West. And I'm going to create a team like that, not just from the SM. And we need to have the content which can embrace the universe and embrace the world. The East and the West can meet with each other, and we can be one in a world. We can compete each other, but we can have a harmony within the single universe. So again, we are going to collaborate with not only the Korean content companies, but the CMG, CAA, and Marble are the companies that I am collaborating on already. As such, beyond Korea, I am going to have a global cooperation network beyond the genres of the music. And music is a comprehensive set of art, just like a movie. Music is a comprehensive set of art. So we can collaborate with the movie TV production agency, and we can put all the genres all together, and we can collaborate with all the genres. Based on that CT, I am going to create the culture universe. The very gateway to the world will be none other than South Korea. We can collaborate with each other and cooperate with each other, but we can be the global agency. More advanced culture universe will be created, and beyond the physical borders, we can have infinite collaboration and crossover. By doing so, I believe there will be more opportunities waiting for the K-pop. Thank you very much.
네, 이수만 총괄
Executive producer Lee Soo-man told us about his philosophy and also visions. Music turned into a complicated and complex art, and also achieve a borderless universe through deploying that visions. Definitely East and West can be connected, and Korea can become a gateway. Thank you for sharing your visions, and that is the gist of the culture universe, I believe. And aespa is a new concept group, and I'm sure that culture universe can be widely manifested in the market. Now, I'd like to my last question to Chairman Steve Bannett, because there are also questions from the floor or online participants. Last question to Chairman Steve Bannett. Well, you are truly grew in the global music market. You are the wisest man alive in the world in terms of the music market. Now, due to the COVID pandemic, I believe that a lot of thoughts are hitting your mind. People talk about before and after COVID era. We are distinguishing that, and a lot of new terminologies are appearing. And we were all also hit by the COVID-19. So please tell us your views. What is your take on the post-COVID era music world? Do you believe that it will be totally different? Do you believe that there will be a birth of a new normal? What is your take on that? If there are a new normal coming into a being, then what about the K-pop or the world music market? What kind of innovative strategy should we deploy?
You know, we're so interested that in March we closed our office, the Capitol Tower. And at the time, I think people thought, well, you know, it's going to be closed for 8 weeks. And here we are now, it's in October, it's still closed. We're working remotely. We opened our studios so that we can create music. But we've learned a lot of lessons. I didn't even know what Zoom was. Now, every day I spend 8 or 9 hours on Zooms all over the world. And so I think that obviously it's been devastating for everybody. Some countries have done a better job. You're an example of a country that's done an extremely good job in very difficult circumstances, less so here in America. And obviously the live industry, which is so important to K-pop, we have to find solutions to talk to that audience in a different way, of which Mr. Soo-man Lee has been doing. So I think that for us in America, it's really been a complicated time. Complicated for the fans, for promoters, for agents, for artists, for people that own a jazz club or a guy that owns a huge auditorium. Everybody has been terribly affected by what has happened. And so what happens is that we're optimistic in America that there is going to be a vaccine in the new year, and we understand that may take time. But I feel that the lessons that we're learning, I'll give you a great example. When I was a young man in England, growing up in England, you bought an electronic project because it was good value and it would last. And now nobody cares about anything being good quality and lasting because technology is faster than that. Because by the time you buy something, there's something 1 year later come out. You know, the iPhone is the greatest example of that. You know, why does everybody buy a new iPhone every time the new one comes out? Because it's better. So technology leads. And I think that in partnership with people like Mr. Suman Lee, we just have to learn. It's never going to be the same again. We have to learn from this era, and we have to understand that content is the king. I agree with Suman Lee when he talks about a culture universe. It would have probably been impossible 10 years ago for what happened to Super M to happen then. It can happen now because of technology. That's the key to everything. You can speak to an audience immediately, you know, around the world. That was not possible before. And so I think that for us, as sad as it's been and the terrible things that all the people that have been affected, for the music industry, there are probably lessons that have been learned that will stay. And I think the key to that is what Suman Lee said about the creation of this incredible content. Nobody has done it better than the people within the SM K-pop world. You just have to look at that content. How can you make something in Seoul and it can touch people? When we look at Super M and we see that in Buenos Aires, in Rio, in Sydney, it's all over the world. It's a global phenomenon. I'm not sure that you could have done that without technology being where it is today. And I think that the lessons that we've learned were going to help us when we are going to return to some kind of normalcy. That may not be until 2022. People may not go out on the road, and nobody really knows, but people are obviously very cautious. So then what happens is we need to make more music. We need to make better music. We need to make more content. We need to make better content, because that's the only way we can talk to our audience. Thank you.
Chairman Steve Barnett talked a lot about 2022, the time or expected time to go back to our normal time. But once again, Chairman Barnett talked about the birth of new paradigm, importance of technology, and also the importance of contents. I definitely believe that even if COVID is stabilized, the importance of content and also about a overhaul thing will become, technology will become more important than ever before. My last question goes to artist Baekhyun. You are truly a global artist. I'm sure that you might have a new aspiration or determination or new plan. So tell us about your determination or aspiration for the future. And artist Baekhyun, there are millions of people around the world who loves you. So give a last message to your fans around the world. First of all, as a K-pop artist, I am very profoundly proud of the fact that K-pop is loved by people around the world. As an EXO member, as a Super member, we are so proud of the fact that K-pop is loved by the people around the world. I myself will continue to work hard, improve myself strenuously, and also I'd like to grow myself to return the love showered by the global fans. I'd like to show every time when my fans look at me a new side of me. Because of the COVID-19, I'm sorry, it's regrettable that I cannot meet my fans in person. And sometimes not being able to watch my fans discourage me. It's a sad reality. And in a way, sometimes it puts me in a boundary that I cannot show myself. But there are various online platforms through which I can be connected to my fans. I can communicate with my fans. I'll do my best. So please continue to love us and show your interest. To EXO and to Super M to SM, please show your love.
Thank you very much, Baekhyun. Thank you. Now I would like to solicit two questions from the audience. The first question is from the Luisa, who is a student at the New York University. The question is directed to Chairman Steve Barnett. Let's listen to her question.
I have a lot of interest in Korean music and Korean culture, and I hope to work in this field in the future as well. I have a question for Capsule Music Group's chairman, Steve Barnett. And my question is, producer Lee suggested a culture universe vision that in theory would introduce even more Asian music to the US market. I'm wondering if CMG have any strategy in response to this.
Yes, you know, we do. But, you know, I have to tell you that the bar is really high. This audience expects excellence, and that's complicated. Whether it's making the music, whether it's producing the content. And so I feel that, yes, undoubtedly there can be more successes that can follow in the path of Super M or MTC 127 or MTC. But it has to be that excellence. If the audience is so smart now, the audience can tell if it's really authentic and it's really real. And I know if you ask Suman Lee, he would say the same thing. Yes, there will be other successes, absolutely. But the bar is very high. The bar is very high. And so if it's not good, then the audience are not going to react to it. And so I feel that America will continue to embrace it. And when we look at the global numbers, it's growing exponentially. Every week, there are more fans that are coming into this genre of music. I'm not even sure it should even be called K-pop anymore because it's popular culture. That kind of restricts it in some way, in my view. It's now popular culture. And so as the success continues to happen and more product comes, undoubtedly that's what will happen. I hope it's with SM Entertainment because, they are just the best at what they do. And I feel that it's a limitless market, the global market, not just America, England, France, Germany, Sweden, Japan. It can be as big as the great product that's produced by the most talented people. That's how I feel it will be. Thank you.
네,
Thank you. And we are hosting WCIF in the Susang district of Daegu. And we have a future singer wannabe, Miss Kim Hyo-jin. And she graduated the music school of the Gyeongbuk University. And she is a trainee for the musical platform Jessica. And let's listen to a question. The question goes to Baekhyun. I am a trainee for the musical platform Jessica. I have a question to Baekhyun. And you studied from South Korea and you became the global artist. I do respect you. I really want to be like you. How can an artist who studied locally can be a globally renowned singer? Can you reveal the secret? Well, when I was very young, I really wanted to be a singer. And I worked in a band. And I got the vocal training, and I prepared for the university exam for the vocal. And I was casted by the SM at the age of 20, and I made a debut. As a trainee, I started my music career early on. And what I learned is your pros and cons, your advantage and your weakness should be clearly understood by yourself. You need to maximize your advantage. And there are many people who just want to maximize their advantage, but I am frank about my shortcomings. And I am doing my best to overcome the shortcomings. I don't want to lose my identity, but I am trying to develop myself during the trainee period. And thanks to Mr. Lee Soo-man and Mr. Steve Bonnet, I was able to have access to the global market. My name and the EXO and the Super M became really popular. My message to Hyojin is, if you have a dream, you can follow your dream. And give lots of stimulus to yourself and encourage yourself. And you need to hit the balance about your strength and weakness so that you can be a better artist. The global market is open and there will be more global market coming in, as Mr. Lee and Steve Bonnet said, and they're gonna help you. So I wish all the best for your future career, and there will be limitless opportunities in the future. And what was the stimulus? Was that a physical stick? No. So we don't have an actual physical stick. You have to buy one. And Mr. Lee, thank you very much for giving a wonderful joke about it. And the global artist and a global producer gave a wonderful piece of advice, and I believe that's gonna be a great memory for Ms. Hyojin Kim. And it is time to wrap up this session. And before wrapping up the session, I would like to give a microphone to Professor and President Chang-woo Lee. And without this man, WCIF would not have been possible. We have Professor Lee Jang-woo from Gyeongbuk University. Please say a word to the audience. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm the president of the WCIF. But WCIF made a wonderful start, not just because of me, but because of the Mr. Suman Lee and also chairman of the Steve Barnett. They helped us a lot so that we can launch the WCIF. And we have wonderful guests like Baekhyun. Thanks to you, WCIF is being hosted in a successful way, just like us. I myself taught the economics and studied the industries. So I do not have lots of expertise, but it is a great honor for me to be engaged in this music industry. And K-pop Innovation was the book that I engaged in to recap the 25 years of the history of the K-pop's development. The K-pop history goes back to HOT 25 years ago. And BoA made a huge transition about the history of the K-pop. And now we have SM, Blackpink, BTS, and of course Super M. And they are blooming the K-pop culture. And the two keynote speakers recap the history of the K-pop. This means a lot to me, and this was really impressive to me. The new group aespa is a total new concept to me. It's a product from the economical terms. And this is a new product appealing to the international entertainment industry. And I was shocked about the new product. The virtual and the physical worlds are meeting together within the entertainment industry. Now the new industry is coming. I probably would have put that in my book if I knew it before. My book was just released, so I was not able to include that in my book. But that is the future of the K-pop. I'm so thrilled about the future of the K-pop, and I was so impressed about the future of the K-pop. And WCIF can be a good partner for the future of the K-pop and the entertainment industry. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Also, I would like to thank Chairman Steve Barnett once again. Thank you for joining us late at night. And Baekhyun, thank you very much for joining us.
Well, I'm currently working as the president of Korea Foundation, and we are carrying out actually the public diplomacy so that we can publicize Korea's appeal and charms. And we are so proud of the fact that we have K-pop. I sincerely hope a great success for the K-pop. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today. Executive Producer Lee Soo-man from SM, and also CEO Steve Barnett from the CMG Group, and Global Artist Baekhyun. Thank you very much. And also the viewers and participants virtually joining us, thank you very much. This concludes the first session under the title of the K-pop and Culture Universe. We'd like to wrap up now. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 슈퍼엠 사례에서 본 영미권 엔터테인먼트 시장에서의 K-팝의 성장 가능성이란 주제로 패널 토론을 함께 만나봤습니다. 워낙이 만나 뵙기 힘든 분들을 모두 한 자리에서 이렇게 또 만날 수 있는 것을 생각을 하면 또 이렇게 비대면 행사에 또 장점이 또 있지 않는가라는 생각도 해보게 됩니다.
So that wraps up our online panel discussion on the growth potential of K-pop in the Anglosphere market as demonstrated by the Super M case.
자, 그러면 이상으로 2020 제1회 세계문화산업 포럼의 1부를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후 1시부터 2부가 시작될 예정이 있고요. 2부에서 여러분 다시 찾아뵙고 더욱더 많은 K-팝과 관련된 WCIF의 1회 행사 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다.
And that wraps up the first part of the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum. We will resume at 1 o'clock with part 2. We'll see you then.
네, 2020 WCIF 여러분과 함께 하고 있습니다. 이제 2부가 시작이 됐고요. 이번 2부에서는 또 여러분과 함께하는 기조연설이 준비되어 있고 또 그리고 패널 토론까지 쭉 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
We will now commence the second part of the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum. Now, for the second part, like part one, we have two keynote speeches lined up, which will be followed by an online panel discussion.
자, 첫 번째 기조연설 같은 경우에는 아시아 콘텐츠의 서구 진출을 위한 한일 협력 방안과 미래 전략이라는 주제로 해서 일본에서 가장 유명한 기업이라고 할 수 있겠죠. 에이벡스 그룹의 대표이사인 크로이와 카츠미 님이 오늘 키노 스피치로서 이 강연을 준비하고 있습니다.
So part one of today's forum, part two rather, is titled East Meets West in the Entertainment Industry of the 21st Century. And the first keynote speaker is Kuroiwa Katsumi, CEO of Avex Group in Japan. The speech is titled Strategy and Cooperation Between Korea and Japan for Entering into the Anglosphere Entertainment Industry.
강연 부탁드려보겠습니다.
Avex.
Avex began as a dance music label in 1988. Currently, as the largest comprehensive entertainment company in Japan, Avex develops 360-degree business, producing music, artist and talent management, live entertainment, events, merchandising, fan clubs, anime, games, and music and video subscription services. Avex is based not only in Japan, but also in Los Angeles, London, Beijing, Singapore, Taipei, and Hong Kong. Avex manages Ayumi Hamasaki, Pikotaro, Ryuichi Sakamoto, Nobuyuki Tsuji, and others. We are also holding global events like Ultra Japan and Star Island.
皆さんこんにちは。ABEX 代表取締役 CEO 黒谷克美です。今回このような大変意義のあるフォーラムに参加する機会をいただきましてありがとうございます。弊社は約20年前、まだ YouTube も配信サービスもないお互いの国でどんな曲が流行っているか容易には分からない時代から今なお強烈な光を放っているボア、東方神起をはじめSMA エンターテインメントのスターたちを日本でしっかりと成功に導けるように共に歩んでまいりました。本日はその時代から現在そして未来に向けて SMA エンターテインメントと弊社が歩んだ道がさらに英語圏から世界に広がっていくように韓国と日本一丸となり平和でエキサイティングで楽しい世界を一緒に見出していけるような会になればと思っております。
BoA made her debut on SM Entertainment 20 years ago. The next year, she debuted in Japan on Avex, setting the stage for other Korean artists in Japan with her #1 position on the Oricon charts and her million-seller albums. Her hits were backed by leveraging exceptional skills, a solid J-pop creative strategy, and the use of the verse-bridge chorus structure so popular in J-pop. TVXQ made its Japanese debut in 2005 and became overwhelmingly popular, with a tour of Japan's largest arenas and an unprecedented 3-night run of solo shows at a stadium. One of the reasons for their tremendous support of their fans is that they show their friendly and goofy sides, despite being highly skilled singers and dancers. They formed the foundation for the success of South Korean artists in Japan.
当時は業界の非常識が我々の常識とでも言うような新たな取り組みを一つ一つ階段を上るように2つの川が大きな海になっていくように SM エンターテインメントと弊社だからできたことがたくさんあったように思います。初期の時代にはアーティストたちは慣れない日本でしかも日本語でスタッフも日本人で相当な苦労をしながらもそれぞれが必死で光をつかもうとする姿は誰が見ても彼らの凄みであることがお分かりになると思います。そして YouTube に非常にクオリティの高いミュージックビデオを配信し視覚から楽曲の世界観を伝え熱狂を生み出す先駆者である SM エンターテインメントはそんな素晴らしいアーティスト人としても素晴らしいスターたちをこの世に多く生み出しこれからもエンターテインメント産業において世界基準で進んでいくと思います。
In 2003, the Korean drama series Winter Sonata became a smash hit, ushering in a tide of appreciation for Korean entertainment known as the Hallyu boom. In the 2010s, Girls' Generation enjoyed major success in Japan, and K-pop artists achieved even more widespread success. K-pop's popularity also drew the attention of young Japanese people to cuisine, cosmetics, fashion, and other aspects of Korean culture. The Hallyu boom evolved into the Korean wave.
YouTube や配信サービスでさまざまな国の文化、エンターテインメントが即座に見られるようになり、日本国内でも K-POP がブームになり、ドラマ、グルメ、コスメ、ファッション、全てにおいて韓国のものがスタンダードになっています。かっこいい、かわいいと思えばそれが実は韓国から来たものであるということが非常に多く、かつ人々はそのクオリティ、スピード感、情熱に魅了され、若者から親の世代までさまざまな楽しみ方をしています。若者は韓国語と日本語を合わせた言語を作り出すなど独自のミックス文化も生まれてきていると思います。
At the same time, other Asian countries, America and Europe also grew more interested in Korean culture, generating tremendous profits. Of particular note, in the arena of K-pop is that the so-called otakatsu, or otaku activities, typical of Japanese idol fans who follow their favorite artists everywhere to show their support, are also now being seen among foreign K-pop fans, especially in America.
このオタ活に大きな利益を生むヒントがあると思います。ご覧いただいたようにさまざまなグッズ、コレクションアイテム、ファン同士の交流、イベント、アイテム交換会、アーティストの稼働がなくても十分に楽しめるテクノロジー、プライズ商品など日本で50年以上続く文化が世界のスタンダードになっています。この展開に日本のエンターテインメントは強みを持っています。 K-POP スターたちの魅力とそれを応援すること、ものを日本が推奨していく、ここにさらなる広がりが見えます。オタ活の他に、日本の強みであるゲーム、アニメ、そして来たる 5G 時代において K-POP を楽曲タイアップなどで載せ、アーティストたちが移動することなく身近に感じられ、今すでに K-POP に触れている人々以外の層にも K-POP をスタンダードにすることが可能になります。言語の壁を軽く乗り越えられる K-POP のクオリティの高さと日本の強みであるアニメ、ゲームをミックスし、それを輸出し、楽しみ方を提供することで韓国と日本が一丸となって世界に強いインパクトを与える柱の一つになるのではないか、そう思っております。 常に未来を見据えながら素早い展開をする SM エンターテインメントと、この機会をくださった WCIF に感謝して結びに返させていただきます。本日はありがとうございました。
네, 이렇게 해서 그로이와 가치미님의 강연을 함께 들어봤습니다. 이 강연을 통해서 다시 한번 이 AVX와 또 그리고 또 우리나라에 있는 여러 아티스트들 간의 관계에 대해서도 다시 한번 짚어볼 수 있는 기회가 됐고요. 자, 이어지는 강연은요, 아시아 컨텐츠의 잠재력과 미국 시장 진출 방안이라는 주제로 또 강연이 준비되어 있습니다. 이번 강연 같은 경우에는 CA의 음악 총괄 대표인 랍 라이트 대표님의 강연이 준비되어 있는데요. 이 강연 또한 상당히 기대가 되는 그런 내용입니다.
Our second keynote speaker is Rob Light, Managing Partner and Head of Worldwide Music at the Creative Artists Agency. His speech is titled The Potential of Asian Content and the Way for its Market Entrance into the Anglosphere Market. Take a look.
함께 보시죠.
Good morning in Korea, and it is evening here in Los Angeles, California. My name is Rob Light. I'm the managing partner of Creative Artists Agency and the head of Worldwide Music. And it is a great honor to be here this morning to speak at the first World Cultural Industry Forum. I want to thank Mr. Soo-man Lee and everyone at SM for inviting me to be a part of this fantastic event and for allowing me to share my thoughts with you at such a special occasion. I was asked today to speak about the potential of Asian stars and the way to succeed in the American market. But let me first talk a little bit about CAA and our relationship with SM, which will lead us into that conversation. CAA has been around for 40 years and was a company built by 5 individuals on a promise of teamwork and culture that would serve the artist in its most basic way, to give them a platform and a forum to share their art and creativity with the world. And it is my strong feeling that that is the same philosophy that stands behind SM. You have all created an opportunity for really talented individuals to show their art, their songwriting, their dance, everything that they do well, and help share it with the world at large. And so it's a great honor to be here today and know that we get to be partners with such a creative group of individuals who do such great work. And it obviously shows the vision of Mr. Lee and what he has created. CAA was a film and television agency that quickly expanded into music, sports, literature, podcasts, almost any platform or medium that it allows an artist to express itself. And we approach it from the point of view of taking that creativity and trying to give the artist every and any opportunity to do it at the highest and most professional level they possibly can. We've had the great privilege to represent artists such as Beyonce, Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, Harry Styles, Bruce Springsteen, Stevie Wonder, and Bon Jovi, and thousands more. And whether big or small, they're all trying to do the same thing, take their vision, their art, and share it with the world. And that is what SM is doing every day, and I believe is the dream of thousands of Asian artists who hope to take their creativity and share it with the world. So when you take the CA culture and the SM culture, the possibilities are endless. So I was asked to talk about the way to succeed in America. What is the difference between K-pop and American pop? Well, I'm here to say there is no real difference. Great performers, great dancers, great singers, great songwriters do what they do best. And so they don't go into it with a preconceived notion. There is no one-hit wonder. There is no scenario where someone sits there and says, well, we already have one K-pop artist, why would we need two? I believe just like every art form before it, or every genre before it, if there's talent there and there is a base of that artistry, there will be opportunities for many artists to succeed. If you go all the way back to Motown, there was not one Motown artist, there was a stableful. When singer-songwriters came to the front in the 70s, there was not one, but hundreds that succeeded. The Beatles came over and broke the British invasion, not unto themselves, but unto thousands of artists behind them. And so I believe will K-pop be the same, where great artists are going to find a way to break through because those who came before just created an opportunity to see the amazing talent. Fans are fans, and they love what they love because it's solid, it's great, it's creative, and it's inventive. And as long as that becomes the flagship of what Asian artists do, there will always be the opportunity for success. This new generation is not looking for one-hit wonders. They've invested their time and their energy and their belief, and they want to be right. So it is incumbent on those artists in Asia, and certainly companies like SM, to keep the quality level at the height that it's been at to date, and to try to find new ways to push those boundaries of talent and creativity and present it in a way that we may not have seen it before, which you have done with great success. There is incredible long-term potential here. I don't see this as a passing fad for a year or 3 years or 5 years. I see what we now call K-pop just being pop, and all pop means is popular. And I don't see it ever fading over the next generation or two because it's too ingrained in their lifestyle. And as you become part of lifestyle, it's very hard to take that away from kids who love it. You've done a great job creating that, and it is an important part of moving forward to continue to create looks that are fashion, dance, sounds, videos that have never been seen before. This is a generation that has grown up on social media, and so they see the world through a lens that we never could. And brilliantly, SM and K-pop have filled that lens with images and styles that are refreshing, honest, and again, creative. So what are some of the things you can do in this space? Well, obviously, having people on the ground in America is really important. And it's been a privilege to work with Dom and Jeremy as they become your eyes and ears to what is happening culturally here and being able to transmit it back to you so you see the waves and the tones that are happening and adapt to that. It's also critically important to understand who we are and participate in our lives the same way we want to understand your artists and participate in their lives. When NCT 127 went on the James Corden show and participated in a comedy sketch, it showed that they were real people, that they weren't just people who were taught to dance. They had a sense of humor. They laughed at themselves and they laughed with the host, and America loved it. And that moment is indelible in the minds of all the fans who said they laugh at the same things we do. When we have that shared moment, it breaks down all the barriers that lead us to great, great success. On that same level, Global Citizen Concert in Central Park spoke to an audience of 100,000 live and millions around the world. They were on a stage that in the past had really only been American and European artists. And that performance, which was stunning, showed everyone in the world we're all the same when we're speaking in the language of music. And that's what K-pop says. Music is a universal language, not a cultural or country language. SM has showed incredible creativity. They have great vision. They put out product that is perfect. Nothing is substandard. And that is the key to breaking the world, and especially our market here, is giving us nothing but the best and continuing to do so. We approach every artist that we work with, whether big or small, new or heritage, with the same commitment that we are going to give every opportunity for talent to grow, to have a platform, to speak what they want to say, and to allow that music to become universal. And I know that SM has the same vision. They want platforms to allow their talent to have that opportunity to talk to the world. Let me just close by saying that it is a real honor to be part of the first World Cultural Industry Forum. I think a dialogue like this is very important, where we can take artists that are indigenous to a certain part of the world and help them to find success all over the world. And that SM is at the forefront of trying to break down these barriers and create opportunities for worldwide artists is very important. It is an honor to be a part of this for just that reason. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for inviting me to be a part of it. Thank you to the entire SM team for being such great partners. And I look forward to the success not only of this first forum, but for many, many years to come.
네, 여러분과 함께 랍 라이트님의 강연을 함께 만나봤습니다. CA의 음악 총괄 대표인 랍 라이트 대표였고요. 자, 계속해서 이번에는 여러분과 함께 이 패널 토론을 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 이번에도 약 1시간 정도의 온라인 패널 토론이 이어질 예정인데요. 특별 대담이 준비되어 있습니다. 특히나 이 조주희 ABC 뉴스 서울지국장님께서 모더레이터를 맡아서 여러분과 함께 아주 심도 있고 또 재미있는 그런 대화를 이어나갈 텐데요. 총 9분의 패널이 여러분을 기다리고 있습니다.
Now it's time for another online panel discussion. Jo Joo-hee, director of the Korea branch of the ABC News, will serve as the moderator, and there will be 9 panelists.
자, 그러면 여러분 앞에 조주희 국장님을 소개하면서 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다. 부탁드립니다.
Thank you everyone for joining us. This morning during the first part of the forum, we discussed culture universe. It's a clear goal set that the world connecting to one by culture is where we're heading. So in this session, we will look deeper into how this goal would be achieved. So we have many panels. So let me introduce you to each and every one of them. We have Rob Light, you just heard him speak. He's the managing partner of CAA, Creative Artists Agency, and head of Worldwide Music.
Thank you.
Want to wave, Rob?
Thank you for letting me be here.
Also from CAA in charge of international touring, we have Chris Dalston and Marlene Dalston. And from SM Entertainment, Lee Song-soo, CEO, and Director of SM USA, Dominic Rodriguez, is joining us. And also honored to have Mark Lippert joining us. He is forever loved by the Koreans here. He's the former US ambassador to South Korea and now the head of Asia Pacific region policy at YouTube. Mark? And our very, very special guest, I'm sure everyone here who is joining us have been waiting for Johnny from NCT. We look forward to your first-person insights from your own experience in the US market.
Thank you for having me.
So we just saw Mr. Kasumi speak. Their early cooperation between AVEX and SM surely set the global standard for the entertainment industry. There's no doubt about that. He also pointed out the difficulties of young artists like Johnny learning to work in a foreign country and learning to work with their local staff and the language. And the otakatsu culture spreading to the West was also quite impressive. And Rob, you gave us a very uplifting projection on future of K-pop, just being pop. That really touched me, by the way. The potential will be long-term, you said, and it's already become part of the kids' lifestyle, and you just can't take that away from them. And 3 things that you pointed out was particularly notable. Having people on the ground is very important, you said, being eyes and ears. Also, you said making shared moments, so these foreign artists could be felt closer to the public in the West. And you said music is a universal language and not a cultural or country language, and reminded us of the stunning performance at the Global Citizens at Central Park last year by NCT. So Johnny, you were there at Central Park. Were you surprised? This is the first question going to Johnny. Were you surprised at the audience reaction there? What were your first thoughts when you first went onto the stage, and then what were your thoughts after the stage?
Well, as soon as I started performing, I could see our fans from the back carrying their like light sticks come forward, and you could just see a huge wave of citizens come, and you could just see everybody around them being like, who are these guys? Oh, what's going on? And just while performing, we could see the expression on our fans and just the viewers' expression change. And everyone was getting really excited, and everybody was feeling our music. And just to know while performing that really made us excited. And after I talked about it with our members, everybody was really excited. and we just couldn't believe how many fans came out to see us and how many people were really into our music at the time.
Well, we were shocked too because I held my breath watching you going on stage because we weren't really sure how the general American public would receive, K-pop after their, all-American lineup. Mark, did you see that concert?
I would just add, Johi, that while there were a good number of fans there for Johnny, there were 80,000 people who had never heard of them, and they were converted by the end of the performance. And that was the beauty of that night. They won over everyone who was there, and that's why that moment was so important.
Yes, absolutely. So,
Yeah, and I think also just to lightly add on Juhi, being there, watching the entire show of the Global Citizens from beginning until NCT, there was this moment of course, people were excited to see their favorite artists. But when NCT hit that stage, there was an eruption that happened. I was standing backstage at the time, and all I heard were these loud screams. And I can remember looking around. I think, Rob, maybe we looked at each other at the time, and it was like, this is, they are coming alive out there. So it was an amazing moment, historical moment, absolutely.
We were actually in the audience, Marlene and I, and like Johnny said, when they went on, there was this incredible buzz that suddenly hit the audience, and these kids just converged out of nowhere into one great area, and it was magical, absolutely magical.
Well, I can also feel that from your recollections. Mark Lippard, hello.
Hi.
Well, you have genuine insight into both cultures, Korea and the West. Why do you think K-pop has been such a success?
It's a good question. I guess I'd start by saying when most people 15 and under who find out that I was ambassador to Korea ask me if I know a K-pop artist or not these days. So maybe that's an outcome, not necessarily one of the reasons. Look, there's a whole bunch of reasons, and Cho Hyun Jin is a friend, so I ask him. But I'll give it a couple of shots here to play kind of amateur detective. But just to say first, the culture, the Korean culture, rich in history, but yet adaptable and consistently changing. There's this really great juxtaposition that makes it really susceptible. Second, I'd say good policy. Korean government opened up a couple of decades. The creative industries, everybody remembers the screen quotas and that whole episode. Once the creative industries got open, Korean creators went around the world, started exporting, money flowed in, ecosystem was created, good strategic bets by a lot of Korean companies in this space. You think of KCON years ago and what that's turned into. Talent, which is just, I mean, Koreans do amazing things around the world in sports, medicine, politics, you name it. Why would K-pop be different? And then finally, I'll just put in a little plug for YouTube. They really capitalized on this new media. They really, 2012, about a decade ago, you think of that, I still remember this, the Google MBC hosted the Korean music wave on Google. That was live streamed on YouTube. That's almost 10 years ago. And what I remember, and this dovetails, and I'll end here with the 15-year-old, the fact that Psy was on YouTube and other, I found myself, I was then chief of staff to the Secretary of Defense in the Pentagon, the Korean Minister of Defense, the SecDef, talking about Psy and the Korean wave in the Pentagon. And I'll just end on that.
So Chris and Marlene, either one of you could answer this question. Mark just mentioned that everyone around the teenagers are asking about K-pop. Is there an age gap in this interest in K-pop? Is this a trend among just the younger YouTube generation?
I actually don't believe that. If you look at the audiences, yes, they are primarily young, but you'll find a lot of 30 to 40-year-olds who are rabid K-stans. So I think this is an audience that's really inclusive, very immersive, accepting, and embraces differences. I think that's the beauty of this audience. There are all these different races who follow the different artists. There's the LGBTQ community that follows them. I just think that it's a wonderful phenomenon of acceptance.
Chris, you have anything to say?
I think it's bang on. I mean, you go to the shows and it's like a little United Nations. I mean, it's every race, every creed, every lifestyle. And I think it's just in this day and age, it's very refreshing to be able to have an audience and have a business that is so inclusive and makes everybody welcome. Really do.
Well, that's good to know. Rob, your speech was wonderful. But what are the areas that the K-pop industry could work on to better promote what you called making shared moments that you mentioned? I mean, I could think of more media exposure on TV, collaboration with Western artists, cooperations with big fashion brands. Is that the right track?
I think you're spot on that track. That shared moment of being on James Corden. I don't know if Johnny remembers having the fruit thrown at him or not.
Oh, I remember.
But the ability to laugh at yourself and sort of have that moment was so endearing and was a pivotal moment. And we don't get to do that enough. Obviously, sharing fashion, sharing media, critically important. The hardest thing right now for superstars like Johnny and Super M is that the whole world wants them. And so it's a time factor as much as a shared moment factor. And unlike England or certain countries where you can go do one show and sort of populate that country media-wise, America is enormous, not just in size, but in culture. Every part of the country is different. So it takes a long time to break the entire market. At the same time, when you come in and then you disappear for a long time, it's hard to get that connection point. SM as a company has been great about giving us real access to the artists and getting them back time and time again. I appreciate what Dom and Jeremy and certainly Mr. Lee have done to give us that access. So all those shared moments, what you talk about, the media, fashion, collaboration is a time factor, and getting these artists here more often will create that legacy. So, but that Corden moment was the tip of the iceberg. The more we can do things like that, the better it's going to feel.
Johnny, what do you think? Tell us about your experience, those shared moments.
Well, while touring in America, we were able to go on a lot of shows like that. And just to see our fans' reactions, and like Rob said, how the fans were able to laugh along with us while we were laughing at ourselves. We also try to put up a lot of things on social media, YouTube, where we're just having fun by ourselves, and the fans watch those kind of media content and really just kind of empathize with us, and they enjoy being a part of us. And I feel like those shared moments are what really makes our fans want to support us, and that support really makes us want to work harder. And it's just that give and take kind of relationship that we have with their fans that is so healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question for Johnny. I mean, we went to Dom and Jeremy this opportunity, and it was for NCT 127 when they played the Houston Livestock and Rodeo Show, which is the single most American thing you can ever do. It's had Elvis Presley, Maroon 5, Bon Jovi, and the buyer at the time was like, we want a K-pop act. And we go, we have the perfect K-pop act. And they flew in from Korea. They were actually the last band to play there before we shut down for COVID. But I just wondered how they enjoyed it playing in front of 60,000 crazy Texans.
I remember starting from the rehearsals, we went out in the middle of that stage where they do the rodeo, and we were like, this is really happening. And then to see those many people just watch us with their cowboy hats, it was a new experience for all of us. And we actually performed Kick It for the first time live at that place. And just the reaction of everybody, really, we still talk about that show. And it's definitely one of those moments where we feel like K-pop became pop, as you said, as Rob said before.
If I could just add, that was the perfect example of boots on the ground and collaboration between an American company and a Korean company. Because if we had just said the Houston Rodeo, I'm not sure that people, at the home office of SM would have understood how important a gig that was. And having Jeremy and Dom so ingrained in that company to explain it and them trusting Marlene and Chris with this sort of weird offer and what it meant culturally to America, and that they would come over for one show. All that sort of created that moment, and it resonates and spreads out. And then, of course, the social media aspect just took off. So it was the perfect example of how well we work together, and hopefully bodes well for the future.
I do want to touch on that corporate culture side, how two different cultures, two different corporations could work together. But before that, Johnny, you're a very lucky, one of the very lucky ones, because you speak perfect English. And I think that's a really big plus when it comes to going global. So Mr. Sung-soo Lee? Hi, I wanted to ask you, in order to make a group global, how important is language skill to you? Is that part of a very important element when you choose artists?
Yes, the language is really important, and I am the evidence itself, because my English is not perfect. So I always having some problems when I meet some global partners like Light, Chris Darton, Marlene, even Dominic. But as you said, like Johnny has a perfect English and very good Korean. When he go to the America, NCT 127 members has a very comfortable moment because of the Mark and Johnny's and Jan's English. I know not at all. Like global is not has any meaning because of the development of the SNS services. We all live in a virtual nations right now, but anyway, the languages are different. So yeah, language is absolutely very important for the culture and economy as well.
Well, Mr. Suman Lee, your producer mentioned the new girl group coming up. Do they speak English or any foreign languages?
Any foreign languages? Yeah, English.
Or is this a spoiler? Am I asking too early?
Definitely, that's a spoiler. But yeah, they can speak in English, Japanese, Chinese, Korean, and more. Yeah, I'm very proud of them.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that. So, Dominic, Rob mentioned the importance of having a strong presence on the ground, you being the eyes and ears of SM in USA. I'm sure you agree with Rob that there is no cultural difference when it comes to music. There's also, but when it comes to business practices, it's a bit different. There's a strong difference in corporate culture as well. What are those? What could be improved to bring these two giant music giants together?
Well, I think there's no perfect answer to that question. I think Rob touched on it a bit, which is, the idea is you have to have people on the ground, but they have to understand East and West. And so I think for myself, what uniquely positioned me and what I've been able to pass to our team is I was able to spend 5.5, close to 6 years in Korea, but that was after spending 10 years in the US marketplace. And so being able to understand both of those cultures and being able to find that balance between the two is critically important. There's always going to be challenges, but I think if you have the right team in place with the right expertise that understands both sides, wherever those challenges exist, you can always find the solutions. And so I don't know that this is the answer for all, but specifically for us at SM, having a US team that is very diversified, that understands both Eastern and Western culture, has certainly given us an edge to be able to maneuver the marketplace in a way that I think would be challenging for others that don't have a clear understanding of both sides. And I think Chris, Marlene, and Rob could speak to it. We deal with this day in and day out, and finding those solutions and finding those perfect balances to really make sure that projects are moving forward in a way that can really move the marketplace.
Chris or Marlene, can you give me any specific examples of any conflicts you had or any differences you had and how you solved it?
It's actually been a remarkable relationship. We started as friends, which I think is the strong basis of most relationships, and it's morphed into a business relationship, and we've remained friends. And so while it's not always 100% perfect, I think we look at CAA as a global company and want to have a business worldwide. And I think the same with SM. They're not just a Korean company. They just happen to be based in Korea. They're also a worldwide company. And I think we're just trying to achieve the same goals. I think our mindsets are very similar. I think we're both sets of good people that just want the best for their artists and be successful. And I think if you work from that basis alone, I think you're going to be fine.
I think we're both very collaborative companies, and our structure, we have a lot of layers, but somehow both of us, both SM USA and the core team at CAA, we've become conduits for each other to get through the layers of SM, HQ, and CAA.
Yeah, and just to add further onto that, I think one of the things that you said, Chris, is that friendship and that sure ability to always just call and say it exactly how it is, very frank and straightforward, but as friends, and have very totally transparent conversations and really discuss how we're going to get to that place, whether it's booking a television show or Global Citizens or the Houston Rodeo or the many things we've done together. I think that those all start from a framework of having that friendship, you know, that really just makes the partnership that much easier, especially when you're dealing with the very hard topics that we all deal with on the business side.
I'll go through an example. When Super M came to America, I've done this for a long time. Rob's done it for a long time. Marlene's done this for a long time. We've never had a tour where we were putting on sale in arenas a group that didn't exist, with a record that wasn't out, but the message came through from Mr. Lee to Dom and Jeremy and through Chris that this was the most important thing that they could do. And therefore, when you get those kind of messages, you understand the power that's being put on you to produce. And they came into America and did 10, 15 sold out arenas. And I've never seen anything like that. I mean, by the time they did the Capitol event, the record was already there, but we were going on sale right as that was coming out. It was something that never happened before. And I think something that's just so special with K-pop, the way it spread so quickly.
Right, and you're right, Chris. That was a moment of, hey guys, we're gonna do this, and it was, but that's never been done. We need to put music out to put a tour on sale, and it was, we have to trust each other. This will work. And sure enough, it did, and we had an amazing tour here in the U.S. So I guess you're right. That is a clear example of having trust in each other as partners. Even in things that may not seem like it's a sure shot or something that's never been done before. So that level of forward thinking and innovation, I think, is very important, but can only be done with great partners and friends who can really have those real conversations to get it there.
Well, that was just less than a year ago, and look where we are after a year. It's really unfortunate about this pandemic. And Johnny, while you're there, how are you coping with the pandemic? Do you miss the fans? Do you miss the concerts?
Lately, actually, with our members, we've been really talking about our past experiences with the tour and how we really miss it and how we miss performing in front of our fans, especially. We still have music coming out. We just released a new album with NCT, and there's going to be more. And so we try to stay connected to our fans through our music and also social media content. And we really hope that we can, through our music and social media content, we can keep the minds of our fans like positive and just spread positive energy and just do the most we can at this moment.
Sang-Soo Lee. So with this pandemic, we heard Suman Lee talking about the Beyond Live online concerts. Can you share with us how this came about? I mean, SM was the very first to experience and launch it. And we're just curious, who came up with this idea? What were the challenges that you had?
Yeah, I think I am the only one who allowed to speak in Korean today within our group, and half of our, fans are Korean. So, would you mind if you guys, if I speak in Korean?
Please, please, please.
Yeah, my English is not perfect, so please excuse me. 네.
Only this year, Beyond Life. That is the first online concert, contactless concert. But there is a thing that not many people are aware of. And just about a month ago, when we had the discussion with President Moon Jae-in, we talked about it. And during the pandemic, SM Entertainment made the preparation. But actually, many people think that way, but it is not the case. The CT, and based on the CT, we are preparing for the future. So, starting from 2015, we had the hologram-based musical. That is the first time in the world. Last year, even before the pandemic, when we were not expecting a new pandemic, new type of the concert, I mean the future-oriented concert was introduced. That's what we've been talking about along with the executive producer Lee Soo-man and our CEO Young-min Kim. And we've been preparing for the online concert. So we used the AI, VR, hologram, and many other advanced technologies, the new technology of the sound. We've been making preparation regardless of the COVID-19. Unfortunately, we have the pandemic this year. So we've been ready. That is why we were able to dominate the market even before other players are coming in. SM Entertainment introduced the Beyond Live. That is the online concert. It is a contactless concert. Everybody can say, oh, we can do that. We can do that on Instagram or on the YouTube. However, a concert is not just a live video streaming. It is performance plus live streaming. So we have the first online concert and we introduced the standard for the first time in the world. Super M Beyond Live was the beginning point, and we have Johnny here, NCT Dream, TVXQ, Super Junior, NCT 127, and Wation V. And we had 6 online concerts already. And I believe this is going to be the standard for the online concert across the world. In the last Thanksgiving Day of South Korea, the Korean legendary singer Na Hoon-ha had an online concert via the Korean broadcasting company KBS. At the time, the viewing rate was around 40%, and I watched the show on TV. I really enjoyed that. And not as a CEO, but as an audience, I really enjoyed the online concert. And that was kind of the epitome of the online concert as an innovator and as a CEO of the company which created the online concert. And as a person who is working along with the executive producer Lee Soo-man, I feel so proud about the fact. And we have Marlene, Chris, Rob, and we have the former ambassador, and also we have Dom and Jeremy. All of us needed to think about how we can bring the online concert beyond South Korea and beyond Asia, and how we can share that across the world. We've been thinking about that every day. I would like to thank all of you for giving me the wonderful support. Thank you very much.
Rob, do you see these online concerts really taking off in the US market? Rob, Marlene, Chris, you guys are the experts, so please jump in.
Well, I think, first of all, Beyond Live was brilliantly done. And I think because we have a young generation who is so used to looking at a screen to get entertainment, I think it will continue to do well. As someone who's grown up in live music and makes my living in live music, I don't think anything replaces live. And so that experience between a fan and a live event is just something special, and it's what locks in an audience and Johnny can speak to that. Playing to a TV camera versus playing to 60,000 people in a stadium is a very different emotional moment. So I think it's a great conduit for markets that artists may not be able to get to.
True.
I think it is an opportunity to showcase things that you might not be able to take on the road, but it's finding the balance. I don't think one ever replaces the other.
Johnny, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, definitely being there at the concert with people in front, nothing can beat that. But because of the situation we're in, we still have to and we still want to stay connected to our fans. And that's why we tried Beyond Live. And through that, we were able to have people all around the world watch our live performance. And just to know that and to be able to connect with them actually made us really happy. And we could tell from the fans, we had people watching us and we had their we were kind of like FaceTiming them at the same time. And so just to see their expressions like in their rooms, like with their sticks, just like having fun, just to know that they were able to do that through our music and through our performance really got us happy.
I'm sorry. If I interrupt you, I'd like to speak one spoiler. This is not, yeah. Johnny, you are in NCT 127 and NCT entire group. And we are now doing the NCT 2020 project with 23 members from Korea, China, Japan, Taiwan, Thailand, even USA and Canada. Our projects are now very successful right now. We sold more than 120 million copies within 1 week. And I really, really would like to do NCT 2020, all 23 members beyond the live concert within this year. So Johnny, please be prepared, and guys, please help us. It's a spoiler.
Yay.
I do agree with Rob that this is a massive country. There's over 330 million people here. You couldn't play every city in this country because it's just physically impossible. And so between economics and logistics, I do believe, like Rob said, that live hopefully is never replicated or never replaced. But this does give a perfect opportunity for those people that can't go to major cities, go to school, don't have the money to go to other cities. They can actually see spectacularly produced. And I do believe that SM, if I wasn't even on this call, the On Live they put together was unequivocally the best one we've seen. And we've seen a lot since we broke in March. They spent so much money and so immersive. It was just an amazing event. So yeah, I do think there's a business for this. Little business, not as big as touring, but there is a business.
Agree.
Yeah, and I think just simply, sorry, Julie, I just wanted to quickly add on. I think one of the biggest challenges, not only of our artists at SM, but of all of your top tier artists is there's so many fans in so many different places in the world that in a calendar year or even 2 years, for some even 3, it's impossible to get to all of them. So the ability that NCT 127 could perform virtually and have over 120 countries tuning in to see them was such an amazing moment. To have that interaction happen, even if digitally, was such an amazing moment. So I think it just, it's certainly, at least from being able to reach all the fans and bring that performance to them live, it certainly has helped to solve that problem, which I think has always existed. Not to replace live touring, but certainly another element to a live performance and how it's experienced, because it's very different. The Beyond Live experience is different in that the technology elements that come to life on that stage can't happen, at least today, if there were members sitting in the room performing on the stage for an audience. So it's just a different experience. And I can't speak for all, but I'll say for SM artists, it is my belief that they would not only watch Beyond Live, but they would show up to the show in person as well, because they're true loyal fans that want both experiences. And that's something that I think, will always live, at least within our fandoms.
In that sense, all this Beyond Live digital concerts or online concerts, the groundwork was laid by YouTube, if I may say. And Mark, can you tell us, YouTube is by far the main tool and source of in spreading K-pop. Are there any specific agendas or dilemmas that your company is contemplating to utilize this craze over K-pop through your platform?
Well, two kids at home, an emo, and school online every day is a dilemma here at our household. So I'm joking there, but I guess what I would say is, first, the K-pop scene is we've broken a lot of ground on YouTube with K-pop. Obviously, I talked about it earlier, but some data points is, we launched YouTube Originals in Korea, Fan Fest, our first Fan Fest, which this year went web stream versus a live event. Our very first one was headlined by Twice, and obviously YouTube Rewind in 2019 featured BTS and Blackpink. So lots of path-breaking work with K-pop Korea in that scene. I guess if I might pivot to just something that's a little broader and dovetails with my policy background is, look, we've got this incredible legal and regulatory framework that gives us free access to data info while also working to ensure responsible protections for people and data on these platforms. And that's something I think we've just all got to work to maintain, to keep this basically the infrastructure of this fantastic creative economy, creative society moving in the right direction. I think that's one piece. And then I think just the final thing I would say on all of this is that I think we're just constantly looking for new opportunities, because there's just, it's just listening to this, you get excited on 18 different directions in which to run. And so you're asking for a dilemma. The dilemma is there's almost an embarrassment of riches in Korea in which to look, in which to partner, and in which to basically path break going forward.
Anybody want to respond to that?
I think I would just add on by saying, yeah, the opportunities that exist between music artists and YouTube are really, the possibilities are endless, and it continues to grow. One recent example is during a YouTube red carpet premiere, which was for Super M, with the launch of their single One, nobody knew it was coming, but at the end of their premiere at 1 hour, there was this 60-second countdown that happened. And at the end of the 60 seconds, people assumed that the music video would start. But instead, what we did is we used it as an opportunity to launch our partnership with Marvel. And at that moment, I think it's safe to say the entire internet shook with, oh my goodness, Super M and Marvel, what's happening? And then into the music video. So the point to focus on is that red carpet premiere and that short window to really hit hundreds of thousands of fans at one time, where they were all chatting in one room together, is an opportunity that is just, another step forward in how visual first platforms like YouTube and artists are working together to find new ways to create real moments in the world of digital entertainment.
I'm thinking, Rob, what are the prospects of other Asian artists being able to be part of this? They say Chinese or Japanese artists, this popularity, is this just relevant to K-pop?
Well, as I said in my address earlier, I think music is universal. I don't think it's relegated to where your country of origin. And so great talent, given that they have the right team behind them, has every opportunity to succeed. I don't know that other countries have the sort of collaborative cultural work ethic that a company like SM does. So, great artists, it's like a tree falling in the forest. If no one's there, did it make a sound? There are great artists everywhere, in every country. But if no one's there to nurture it, develop it, give it access, opportunity, then they never get heard. So I hope that the commitment that, the entire country of Korea and companies like SM have made to art will translate to other countries. And if it does, and they have the intent to break them worldwide, because that's the other part of it. It's not just to nurture it locally, but to think, I want these artists to break worldwide, then yes, everybody's got an opportunity. And I think it would be great for the world. I think it makes the world a smaller place and a better place.
Sung-soo.
Yes.
So what sort of efforts is SM taking to bring in and cast artists from around the world?
One more time, please excuse me. Speak in not English,
No, you
but
speak
Korean.
perfect English. Don't worry about it.
Thank
Really,
you.
we understand you. It's impeccable. Please,
Very
but
nervous.
Please go ahead and speak in Korean.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please excuse me. And when we define casting, there can be two types of the casting. The first one is literally casting someone. For example, casting on the street. And also we have audition. And we have the predefined time and space and let many people join the audition. And starting from the school, private academy, on the street, and even to China, Japan, US. And we are sometimes targeting Australia for the last 20 years. And the money we learned was invested into the casting process so that we can discover and meet with talented artists. As you know, currently we are going through the pandemic. Physically, we cannot move across the countries. However, even with the pandemic, the music industry and the IT industries are being developed. We have social media. We can save lots of time and lots of the money because of the online platform. Based on the social media, we can talk with many people. We can offer the opportunity of the casting, and we can offer the opportunity for the audition. And our email account is open. So we are underlining that kind of a seamless connection with the people under the pandemic. One good news against the pandemic, of course, it is a tragedy. However, for us, and the casting process is totally different before the pandemic. Our casting process is totally different after the pandemic. We've been repeating what we have been doing in the past. So thanks to the pandemic, we can have easier way of access to the bigger market. We can have access to the future artists or the artists. They are knocking on doors. As a CEO in 2021, 2022, we can have more opportunities because we have access to more artists. And there must be many fans who are watching us, and there must be many people who are watching us. The door is open too. Thank you.
That was quite insightful. I know from the documentaries that SM from long time ago, way back, tried to merge, bring artists from trainees from different countries and different cultures to work together, and perhaps that effort that had built up may have given SM Entertainment that global mind to work with American companies like CAA. One more question, because there's so many Johnny fans watching us right now. Johnny, tell us about your experience as a trainee and working with other artists from different backgrounds, different cultures. Was that a difficult thing, or was that, an easy cake? What was your experience like?
Well, like Mr. Lee Sung-soo said, we had auditions all over the world. So people started coming in from all over the world, including me, which I came from Chicago. And I feel like that is what really created NCT right now. And because of this great process and just this great experience going through being a trainee with all these members, our teamwork is not just like 1 or 2 years. We've been together for 5, 10 years now, and because of that, we have this chemistry that really makes fans start to love us. You know, it's not only just our performance, it's our relationship with one another that really kind of catches the hearts of a lot of fans, I feel like. And yeah, it's just because of that system, NCT was able to come together, and I'm just really thankful to have these people in my life, my members. And I think our fans will think the same thing as well.
So will there be more of these concerts after the pandemic in the US, Rob?
Absolutely. I think you're going to see a huge explosion in live music again. I think we're all missing experiences and gathering. I believe late 21, 22, 23 are going to be some of the biggest live music years we've ever seen. The public and the pent-up demand, you can touch it and feel it. And so I think it's going to be amazing. I just want to say one last thing. It is a privilege and an honor to work with SM, but at the core of this, all of us around it never forget that it's the artists like Johnny and the choreographers and the songwriters and the producers, all that work at SM, that give us this opportunity to do what we do. And so while it's a privilege to be at this forum, it's really all about the artists who stand on the stage. So thank you, Johnny, and all the SM people for letting us work for you. We appreciate it.
And also the fans, to add to that, right? Mr.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the Mr. Katsumi's video lecture earlier, he talked about the otakatsu culture spreading to the West. Do you agree with that? Do you see this as an impressive trend that we should look into? You listened to the video, right? The otakatsu culture, where the fans follow their artists everywhere and they buy merchandises and they do.
Well, I think, you know, it's always been about the relationship between the artist and the fan. And I don't care whether it's NCT 127 or Bruce Springsteen or a local club act in a local city, that relationship is the core of our business. And so, and it's the magic that makes it all go. Our job is to make it as big as it can possibly be. And that fanaticism is what drives it. It's what I said earlier. When you get it become part of someone's lifestyle, which is what K-pop has done, they're not going to give it up. And so this is not a one-hit wonder. It's not a couple of artists in a genre. This is a movement, and popular music that make young people feel good never goes away. And so that connection is critical to it. And that's our job, is to try to put those things together. So I go all the way back to what Chris said about the rodeo. You know, 65,000 people, maybe 15,000 knew who NCT 127, and understood K-pop. 65,000 people walked out as fans. And that's the beauty of what we get to do. So.
How about you, Mark? Do you feel that in the US? Do you actually personally feel through your friends and family that people are really getting into this trend or this culture of K-pop?
I do, and it does feel more than just superficial. And it's very grassroots, right? It's out, you know, there are people in the US who follow Korea day to day, right? I am one of them. And then there are people who just have no interest in foreign policy or what's going on the other side of the Pacific, yet time and time again, I run into people who ask me about K-pop, ask me if I've ever been to SM, which I have with Ambassador Kennedy and Ambassador Baucus both. And they really feel, so you can feel the connection and the fandom. The one other thing that I'm going to be interested to see is how much travel does it facilitate back and forth, you know, to Korea? You know, you've had all this exposure this year, not just of K-pop, but Parasite winning the Academy Award, KBO on ESPN virtually every day. Is there going to be more people going from the United States, long flight, to Korea to spend tourist dollars and to get more inculcated there. I'm going to be interested in the travel flows into Korea, and I think there will be an uptick. Final point, I would say I completely agree that there's pent-up demand for live entertainment, regardless of it. You look at sports in Korea when they started letting fans in. I mean, first night in KBO, they let fans in. I think the KCDC cracked down on one of the teams because there were too many people grouped together, right? And so you can feel that hunger. So I think this will be an interesting thing to watch when we do get a vaccine and come out on the other side of this pandemic.
Well, we have an audience question ready. Are we ready with that? Can we connect to the audience question, please? Oh, I guess they're not ready. All right. Well, then we'll just talk among ourselves.
안녕하십니까. 저는 대구에서 지역문화 정책을
I am working for the Daegu Gyeongbok Development Institute. My name is Oh. I have a question to former Ambassador Mark Lippert. You've been known as a fan of the Korean baseball and the rural towns of Korea during your service in Korea. I believe we need a diverse content which can reflect the locality of each city and each town. I want to ask you if YouTube has a specific policy to promote local culture and promote cultural diversity, and if so, can you explain a little bit more about the policy for the cultural diversity?
Sure, good question. And if your question broke up just a little bit, but it sounded like you were from Daegu, and maybe I got that right or wrong. But if you are, I just want to say hello, and I am an honorary citizen of Daegu, so it's good to hear from someone in Daegu.
Wow.
I went there many times as ambassador. What is it? Myeongye Shimin, is that it? The honorary citizen. And so what I would say on that is, look, diversity is at the very core of what YouTube is about. We have, I guess what I would say is, in Korea specifically, I could sort of talk Asia writ large, but in Korea specifically, you just look at the community, and let me just give you 3 quick data points that come to top of mind. First, we've got creators in terms of Korea Grandma started a channel to prevent dementia, became fashion pop culture icon, more than 1 million subscribers. Big Marvel, about 8 million subscribers. And then, I guess the third point of the triangle, or third leg of the stool, I think this one's the interesting one. It's the agritubers. Views of the top 20 most subscribed channels, if I'm saying this right, about farming in Korea have increased over 300% in the last year. So I would just say it's a value we embrace at YouTube. We're quite interested in it. Obviously, it's who we are. And I would be interested in, at some point, learning more about what you think we should be doing on that front to inculcate even more of the great talent through South Korea.
Anybody want to add to that? Did you say farming, Mark, though?
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, the top 20 most. Yeah, so basically we call them agritubers. Views of the top 20 most subscribed channels about farming in Korea have increased year over year 300%. So pretty interesting stuff. And what's interesting is it dovetails with there's some nascent return to farming, right, among the younger generation in Korea. So it's a pretty interesting thing. So full stop there.
All right, we're almost time to wrap right now. So since we have all of you, let me give you a chance to wrap up your final words. Our session was about how East meets West and how we could achieve that goal of culture, a universe, all becoming one within one culture. So Rob, can I start with you for your final words?
I'll just redundantly reiterate what I said in my speech earlier, which is it's a privilege to work with a great team like SM. And when you have great partners and you have great talent, amazing things happen. And I'd like to see that happen around the world in lots of different countries. But in this moment in time, we're really fortunate to work with great people and for great artists. And I'm very excited about the future of popular music coming from Asia. I don't even want to call it K-pop anymore. I just want to make it a world art form. So thank you.
And Johnny, again, we want to congratulate you with your team, you and your team, for the ongoing success in the West and also in the U.S. market. Any plans lined up next year, or if you have a message to your fans, this is your time.
Okay, well, our plans is to just keep on releasing music, and like Mr. Lee Sung-soo said, I guess we have a Beyond Live coming up, and I feel like our fans are going to be really looking forward to that. And I just want to say thank you to our fans who are supporting us from all around the world. We really see your support through social media, and from listening to all of you guys just talk about the artists and the future of the artists and the companies makes me really excited. Can't wait to work with all of you all in the future as well. And I just want to say thank you for having me in this forum, and just to know about what the music industry has for us. And yeah, thank you to our fans listening to us right now. And yeah, thank you.
Well, Sung-soo, you must be very proud watching Johnny.
I am very proud of him. Thank you, Johnny.
Your final words?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much for you guys, Rob Light, Malin, Chris, Dominic, Johnny, and Mark Riefert. Thank you very much, and even Midget Cho. I actually prepared something very, very important. Let me speak that for you and everyone. 한국말로 얘기하겠습니다.
In the morning, Chief Executive Lee Soo-man mentioned through his speech, SM Entertainment and the K-pop, I believe, is the job given to us that is built based on the cultural technology. I believe each country has its own cultural technology and cultural technology. Information technology was booming starting from the early 2000s. As opposed to the IT, we created the new term, CT. And CT has 3 steps. As Mr. Lee mentioned in the morning, the first step is creating the artist and the IP. The culture creation is the first step. And producing, casting, management are the sub-steps. And we are building the artist. And a company like us are collaborating each other. We are building the content together. Intellectual property is being produced between us and the artist. And we have the right to have the IP and the copyright and many rights. I believe the IP created can be industrialized, and we need to do the job. And the second step is based on the IP, we need to further develop the IP, and we call that culture development. And in the process of the culture development, IP needs to be commercialized, and we can have the concert or put the IP into the merchandise. And with the industrial basis, we bring that to the global market. For example, US market, Japanese market, Chinese market, or the Taiwanese market, or the Thailand market. And all of those markets can bring the IP we created. And the third step of the CT is we can boost the adjacent industry, not just the music or the cultural industry. We can boost the adjacent industries. I am a proud Korean, And the proud Korean industry can be mixed with the cultural industry, and we would like to boost the adjacent industries of South Korea and other countries. That is the final step, which is none other than cultural expansion. SM as a company and Mr. Suma Lee as a person and K-pop as an object is just beyond the creation of the music. And through the ANR, I became the CEO of this company. And we start from the IP creation. But once again, we go beyond Korea. We need to promote the brand of South Korea. And across the world, we can live within the world of the borderless countries. And we can live within a virtual country like a SM virtual nation. In a nutshell, I would like to tell you this way. What I want to share is this. There are 3 steps of the CT, and the second step is cultural development. Cultural development, as you know, is bringing the music to the industry, and we commercialize the industry and bringing the industry to other regions across the world. In 2009, YouTube made a significant growth, and based on the YouTube, everybody can share the global television. The global television is the YouTube platform, and through that platform, our music can be distributed across the world. Nobody knew about the K-pop in the past, and the word pop does not have any word, any modifier. For example, you can have the UK pop, J pop. However, K pop has become a kind of the pronoun. And I'm so proud of the word K pop. And the steps begun from the company like SM. It started from a single producer. We envision the global market. However, now things are changing and technologies are changing. So we want to create a virtual nation that is none other than SM Virtual Nation. And thankfully, we have the CAA and CMG. They are another virtual nation. AVEX is another virtual nation. And we have those virtual nations. And along with those virtual nations, we can do the virtual diplomacy. It started from the IP creation. However, with the culture, with other cultural nations, we can do the cultural diplomacy. We have Chris, Berlin, Rob, and all of them are ambassador of the cultural industries. We believe that way. As a diplomat of the virtual nation, we can connect ourselves among the diplomats. And AVEX, CAA, and CMG, Tencent, or the Kardashian Fei are our partners, and they are our contact diplomats. With the help of our partners, we were able to get into the global market, and NCT will make a global spread, and there will be multiple NCTs in the future. And Johnny is one of the top artists we have in the NCT. Let me finish this way. You are my partners, and the ones who are doing the diplomacy within the virtual nations are the ones who accepted the culture technology, which is created by Mr. Suman Lee. You understand and appreciate the value of CT, and you understand that there will be a virtual nation and we can be successful together. You have that trust. You show that trust in us. Thank you very much for your support once again. And I sincerely hope that we can be together to be the #1 in the world. Thank you.
Wow. That was a very powerful speech.
감사합니다. Thank you very much.
We could probably talk about this at another day about IP creation, cultural technology, the cultural development, the virtual nations. Wow, this is a whole new world, and I hope we have a chance to talk about this later sometime.
We should do that.
About your concepts.
Yes.
Marlene, Chris?
Marlene, go first, maybe?
I just wanted to say thank you to Chris and the entire Dom and Jeremy and the entire SM team, working with such excellence, and of course all the wonderful artists like Johnny, NCT 127, the whole NCTU, Super M, etc., Red Velvet. It's just been such an honor, and we look forward to spreading the word even further in the next few years.
I had the privilege of meeting Dom and Jeremy about just before Christmas last year. And then I went to Korea on other business, and I was invited to meet everybody at SM, and I think that's where I met Chris for the first time. And it's just been the most incredible ride. I mean, it's only been 18 to 20 months. Johnny, I don't know you personally, but I admire what you do and what the rest of your band members do or crew does. You're incredible, you're exceptional. And I've done this for a very long time, but this has been the most incredible 18 to 20 months of learning, to be honest. I mean, we're never too old to learn, and we've learned so much from SM, and it's rejuvenated a lot of us. It's just fun. Every day is fun with these guys. And I just want to say thank you to everybody involved, from the artists to management, to the producers. It's just been great. Thank you.
Dominic.
Okay. I think just, adding on to a little bit of what Chris said, and being here as the managing director of SM USA, I don't think people realize that dating back to 2007 were the early beginnings of Mr. Suman Lee's vision for breaking beyond Asia and into the Western market. That's when BOA first entered. Then you go to 2011 with Girls' Generation. And I could go on this story for a long time, but what I want to simply say is the foundations have been built over 12 years by the vision of Mr. Suman Lee and the continued vision of the executives of SM Entertainment, and now under the leadership of Mr. Chris Lee. And the foundations are firm. As Rob said earlier, K-pop is not going anywhere. It is here to stay. We are just at the beginning. It spreads far beyond the US. It's in LATAM, it's in the EU, it's in every country in the world. And although those 12 years built that strong foundation, I feel we are just at the beginning. So I think, I'll end with that, and an amazing thank you to the WCIF, to all of our panelists here today, Rob, Marlene, Mark, Chris, Johnny, Ms. Cho, thank you. Amazing job moderating today. And I'll end again to say we wouldn't be able to do what we do day in and day out without our partners, without our amazing team players. People keep saying Jeremy. Jeremy is one of our core people on the SM USA team, and we have a strong and mighty team here across the Brandons and
That's
Victors
right.
and Janies and Mindies and Allisons and Graces, and I could go on, but we have such an amazing team here in the SM USA, and through that and our counterparts at SM headquarters and our partners at CAA and our partners at Capital, we're able to move mountains in ways that people think were largely impossible. And we've done some amazing things in just 2 years, and we're just getting started again. So please stay tuned, and we have so much more to come.
Well, we'll be looking forward to that. Mark, thank you for joining us, by the way. You did mention that
음악 전문가가 아니라고 말씀을 해주는데 좋은 인사이트 제공해 주신 것 같습니다. 감사드립니다. 참여하게 돼서 큰 영광이었습니다.
We plow well-hoed and really well-said statements more focused on the entertainment industry. So maybe just one final point to broaden the aperture. And just to say this, as ambassador, as someone who worked in foreign policy on the bilateral relationship between Washington and Seoul, the people-to-people element is the foundation, especially in two democracies, of making this really unique relationship, which is a military alliance, by the way, and one of the most important relationships the United States has in the entire world, work. And this just in addition to all of the per se great work that this ecosphere produces in enriching people's lives, in creating art, in entertaining people, in contributing to economic growth, it also is at the very foundation of a storied relationship between our two countries. So just to all the panelists who participate in and around this subject, thank you. Special thanks to Johnny, because I'm going to be able to tell my neighbors' kids that I was on a panel with them. And really, again, hats off to SM for all of the great work, great path-breaking work that they've done over the years. And they're good friends, there's good colleagues, and really, I just want to say thanks and looking forward to great things to come.
Right. Well, we've gone over 11 minutes, so I think we need to wrap up here. But it's okay. It's, we're doing it on YouTube. We can go a little longer. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. It would have been better if we had met in Daegu, all of us, in person.
Excuse me.
Too bad, the
I'm
pandemic.
sorry.
I just wish you all. Yes, yes.
So I'm sorry, we missed one person.
Please go ahead and say one thing.
네, 저희
Well, today was possible because of these gentlemen, and I'd like to invite him to say a few words.
네.
Well, I'm here as an observer, and as the head of the WCIF, I'm joining here, listening the panelist discussions, 8 panelists. This is amazing. People from Singapore, especially former U.S. Ambassador Mark Rippert and everyone, actually we had a doubt whether we could proceed such an online special talks, but this was very insightful and we were able to discuss about future. Also, we were able to exchange insight. Thank you so much for your passionate discussion. Using online, meeting this and having a talk was possible. I sincerely hope that we can have similar talks in the future again. Thanks to all of you. I'm sure that WCF will be a huge success next year. We'll be able to meet all of you again. I promise that I'll do my best for that. Thank you very much.
Sanggang Wiayao.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting this event. We had a really wonderful, lovely time talking about the future of K-pop being just pop. So just want to wish every one of you stay safe, and hopefully we will meet in person next year.
Thank you.
Take care. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Bye.
네, 함께 아주 특별한 시간을 나눴던 것 같습니다. 조주 ABC 뉴스 서울지국장님이 모더레이터로 참가를 해서 진행이 되었던 패널 토론이었는데요. 사실 이 요즘에 언택트 시대에 맞게 이렇게 패널 토론이 온라인으로 진행되는 경우들이 많이 있는데, 오늘 토론만큼은 사실은 그 어떤 오프라인에서 모여서 하는 것보다도 심도 있고 또 그리고 깊이 있는 이야기들이 많이 오갔던 것 같아서 더욱더 의미 있는 그런 시간이 아니었나 싶습니다.
That's right. So we will now wrap up the online panel discussion that was moderated by Cho Joo-hee of the Korean division of ABC. And special thanks to our 9 panelists, including Lee Jang-woo, president of the WCIF.
자, 그러면 긴 호흡으로 달려온 2020 서울 이 세계 문화산업 포럼 이제 마지막 3부가 준비되어 있습니다. 이번 3부에서 또 준비되어 있는 주제가 더욱더 많은 분들에게 관심을 끌 것 같은데요. 어떤 주제가 준비되어 있죠?
Now our third and final session for today is titled The Future City Development with a Fusion of Culture and Technology.
자, 그러면 먼저 이번 행사가 진행되고 있는 바로 이곳이죠. 대구광역시 수성구에서 이 수성구의 행정을 맡고 계시는 김대권 수성구청장님의 인사 한 말씀으로 3부를 계속해서 한번 열어보도록 하겠습니다.
To start us off, we have an address from Mr. Kim Dae-kwon, the mayor of Susong District, which is where the on-site event is being currently held. Please take a look.
네, 김대권 수성구청장님입니다.
안녕하십니까. 대구광역시 수성구청장 김대권입니다. 제1회 세계문화산업포럼을 우리 수성구에서 개최하게 된 것을 43만 국민과 더불어 진심으로 기쁘게 생각합니다. 우리 수성구는 미래도시의 지상공간에 실현될 드론을 활용한 교통과 엔터테인먼트를 주축으로 스카이프리 시티를 구현하고자 하는 꿈을 가지고 있습니다. 이러한 스카이프리 시티 실현 노정에 함께한 발제자와 참석자분들께 깊이 감사의 마음을 전하면서 앞으로도 세계문화산업포럼의 역사가 수성구에서 지속되기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 김대건 수성구청장님의 또 인사 말씀이 있었습니다. 자, 3부가 활짝 열렸고요. 계속해서 이번에는 문화기술이 융합한 미래도시 구상이라는 주제로 해서 이 강민수 SM타운 플래너 이사님의 강연이 준비되어 있습니다.
Continuing on, we now have a presentation which will be delivered by Mr. Kang Min-soo, Director of SM Town Planner. His talk is titled The Blueprints of a Future City Blended with Culture and Technology. Please give a big round of applause for Mr. Kang Min-soo.
네, 강민수 이사님을 모시도록 하겠습니다.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Kang Min-soo, who is working for the SM Town Planner. As Mayor said, I'm going to tell you about the future city vision, the convergence of technology and culture, the Susang Vision 2030. And Susang district needs to have the urban development in accordance with the fourth industrial revolution. SM Town Planner and the WCIF and the KCIF will work together, and along with the help of the Cultural Industry Institute of the Gyeongbuk University, I'm now presenting the outcome. First, let me tell you about the preconditions for the city. And we have lots of challenges in the urban community. And in the past, the urban development plan had lots of limitations. The infrastructure-driven development had a limitation because too much input was made, however, the outcome is limited. And when you build the residential area, it has some limitation. In the case of the Susang district, starting from the 1970s, the physical development was made. However, now we are suffering from the traffic congestion and environmental degradation. Last but not least, we made a decent education zone. However, we are facing the limitations. Starting from the 1980s, we started to build the education zone in the Susang district. However, now we have the online education, and also the university entrance exam is changing. So online education is being provided. So the decent education system is not a good supporter for the development plan of the city. Let me tell you about the risk of the Susang district. Western region of Daegu was developed, so Susang is relatively outdated. And there are youngsters who are leaving Daegu in search of the decent jobs. So we have more elderly population. We have low birth rate and the elderly population. As an outcome, we have less productive population, so the urban vitality may be gone. Industrial complex is less utilized in Daegu, and we have less job creation power. As you may know, starting from last year, we have the COVID-19, and Daegu is losing its momentum for the future city. Susong has its potential for the future, and we have 124 education facilities, and we have 3,000 education services, and Susong is the center of the education. And we have more than 40 cultural facilities, and we have lots of festivals and the cultural events. We have international events and the DF Festival. In addition to that, we have lots of small cultural events in Daegu and Susong. Susong Alpha City, and we have the Smart City, and we have the Autonomous Driving Mobility City. These are the projects we have. And we have lots of wonderful natural environment like natural ponds and lots of natural resources. I told you about the limitations about the urban development limitation. Let me tell you how the Susang city can make a future development. Let me make an interesting approach. And these are the two cities of the cultural aspects of Korea. And we have Gangnam, the city of no sleep, and also Busan is the city of the movie, and they have lots of cultural content. Beyond that, they have lots of adjacent industries being developed thanks to the cultural industries. They made a significant economic development. However, in the case of the Susong district, and we have more population and better per capita income compared to the Haeundae, and we have a better education system and better space and natural environment compared to Gangnam. However, we have less human traffic and human flow, and we do not have a clear identity yet. So, Susong District should go beyond the previous urban development. We need to have the new strategy combining people, culture, and technology. And to be a new city, Susong needs to make a lot of efforts. This is the news article from the 27th of May. Let me read this through. And UAM is being reviewed in Susong. And we can have the UAM industry, and UAM can be the lifeblood of the Susong's economy. We can have the special zone for the drone. And in the November, we can have the flying car pilot zone along with the help from the Transportation Ministry. And we made a bold step to be a future-oriented city. Let me tell you about the future of the Susong. First factor is vision. Vision is like a dream for the future. Susong's future is defined with UAM, urban air mobility. UAM is utilizing the low and the mid to high altitude, and we can have the mobility innovation. This is going to be the new ecosystem. Now air space has become a part of your life. And we can reduce lots of the demand side and the supply side issues. It is an innovative industry. UAM industry will be the core of the fourth industrial revolution, and it is a super convergent industry, which is also really future-oriented. Let me tell you a little bit more about the UAM. By 2040, the volume of the UAM market will be around 1,900 trillion Korean won, and that is big as the national budget of Japan, and it can give some positive effect to the adjacent industries. And it can also have the UAM industries across the country in the 5 years. In Seoul, by 2030, the UAM utilization will be really high, and Seoul will be one of the top 5 cities for the UAM users. Let me tell you the future of UAM in collaboration with UAM. Susan will build a future city based on the UAM. This is not just based on the technology or the industry development. We will build a city based on the cultural value, and we can have the new momentum for the future-oriented city. City, culture will create a new civilization. Let me tell you a little bit more about the civilization. As you can see, the civilization is the accumulation of our culture, and the city is the container of the civilization. And whatever civilization you may have, the fate of the city will be changed. So, civilization is the core factor for the fate or the destiny of a city. Then, what kind of civilization should be contained within the Susang city? And we can have the future city which can totally revolutionize the civilization. In the past, we were all horizontal. However, we can live within the virtually integrated ecosystem. So the civilization of the ground and earth will be turned into the civilization of the sky and space. And along with the UAM, the Susang's future will be like new port for the new mobility. It's going to be the sky-free city. Apply beyond the horizon. Let me tell you a little bit more about this. UAM will bring about the transportation innovation, and new civilization will be created, and the new civilization will begin from Susang. It is not just about technical innovation. It's about creating the new civilization where technology and human can live in harmony and in balance. Sky-free city Susang will bring about innovations. For example, there can be 4 innovations. The first one is traffic congestion will be gone, and social and economic costs will be reduced significantly. A unified logistics platform will be made. Rail, air, UAM, and other transportation modalities will be all integrated together. And personal UAM will be commercialized. You can have a free tour to the sky. That's going to be the new lifestyle. Last but not least, homo rudens will be realized, which means the way you play or the way you enjoy will be totally revolutionized. Let me tell you about the prerequisite for the future, which is the signature condition. When a vision is created, do you think that the citizens will echo with that? To make a vision more tangible, you need to provide the experience so that the citizens can actually experience the vision. No experience means no sympathy. Vision needs to be shared and the vision needs to be experienced. To do that, you need to have the physical signature content. And the signature content can come from the building that we're going to build, and that's going to be the epicenter of our vision. And let me tell you what is the core of the UAM industry. And we have the flying car and also the purpose-driven autonomous driving car will be adopted. And the flying car will be coming into our life via the skyport. For the future of the city, as you can see, UAM will be supported and driven by skyport. And on that future-oriented terminal, you can hop on the UAM. And Susang will be the leader of the UAM. And we are going to build the skyport within Susang district. And how the skyport will be like in the future. And you can see the Uber's Air Skyport reference image, and you can see Skyport is the center for the city mobility, and it's going to be established within the next 3 years in the Dallas, LA, and the Melbourne of Australia. And German startup, which got the investment from the Intel and the Daimler, came up with this kind of reference image, the Volo City. And you have seen this kind of concept image, the Skyport, which was presented by the Hyundai Motors in the CES of this year. How do you feel about these spaces? Are you willing to spend your time? Do you think this space is really attractive? And you have seen the Skyport. They are just functioning. They are just practical. But they do not have any cultural factors, any cultural content. They are just practical. And the Susang Skyport will be practical. In addition to it, the Susang Skyport will be the very space for your lifestyle, your play, your enjoyment, and it's going to be the hub of the transportation. It's going to turn itself into the culture port. From the religion perspective, we were elevated from the civilization of the ground to the civilization of the time and space. And it's going to be the origin of the new culture and new civilization. From the humanitarian and the creative ideas, we came up with the new keyword. The keyword is omphalos. It is a Latin word which is meaning the belly button. To give you further definition about the omphalos, it takes some time, but we have a limited amount of time, so let me briefly tell you about the meaning of that. It is the origin of the ancient civilization. It is the center of the earth. It is the center of the world and center of the civilization. And this is going to be the signature content and the name for the Skyport. It is not just a practical one or the functional one. It's going to embrace culture and the industries within the Skyport. This is going to meet the needs of the citizens. This is going to meet the curiosity of the citizens, where citizens are willing to spend their time. Let me show you a brief sketch of the future of the Skyport. It is stretched up from the ground, a new port for the new civilization, and it's going to be a new portal to the new world. Based on our cultural imagination, we can be the innovator for the civilization of the UAM. And this is a sketch, and this is the bird's eye view. Susang Skyport omphalos will be the beginning of the new civilization to time and space, and it's going to be a new platform for the new life, culture, signaling the future. It's going to signal the new exploration to the future. It has the innocent meaning of the maternal care, and it can have some ritual signature, which is wishing the healing and the recovery from the COVID-19. It's not going to be a just one-off event. This is going to be shared along with the citizens. This is going to be a project of the mutual communication. We have the Vision 2030 of Susang. Phase 1 will be done by 2021. It's going to be the promotion about the future city. There will be some promotion center where citizens can experience the future city, and there will be civilization hall and the experience hall and the center for the R&D and to host more private companies as an investors. The phase 2 is by 2025. It's going to be the implementation period. And the Ompalos can be in operation by 2025. And the phase 3 is going to build the UAM-based future city, and we are going to look into the possibility for the future. Along with the Susang Alpha City Master Plan, we can build the UAM cluster ecosystem where people, city, policy, technology, capital, and culture can be all integrated. That's going to be the first global city. And the next step is the roadmap for the value creation and how to spread the value and how to turn the value into the social actions and into the social system. The vision should be turned into the actions and as a part of the social system. Vision 2030 will be made, and the roadmap has a step-by-step approach. You saw the vision on Paros. We have the vision 23 in 3 phases. The phase 1 is the building the UAM testbed, and the phase 2 is the integration of the economy and the transportation so that we can implement on the UAM. And the phase 3 is building the future-oriented city based on the Skyport. And we have action plans like this for each of the action tasks. On-Paros will be the core, and we have the strategy. And you can see we have the 3 core pillars. And based on those core pillars, we have the 4 policy task areas. And in each of the policy task areas, we have the detailed action plans. So far, I've been telling you about the Susang Vision 2030. We are going to get over the developmental limitation of the city, and we are going to realize the Skyport City Susang in the future. And we are going to build the Skyport not just as a building or a terminal, but the Skyport will be the cultural signature. And this is going to be implemented under the On-Paros project, phase by phase, to make Susang where city, technology, and culture can be well integrated together. And we want to bring the technology, culture into a new civilization. This audacious journey was just begun. And we are serious, and this is a great journey, and I would like to ask for your support for this journey. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
자, 이렇게 해서 여러분과 함께 문화와 기술이 융합한 미래의 도시 구상이라는 주제로 해서 강민수 SM 타운 플래너 이사님의 강연을 함께 들어봤습니다. 새롭게 또 발전하는 융합 도시로서의 수성구를 또 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 계속해서 이번에 준비되어 있는 강연은요, 또 아주 특별한 강연이 준비되어 있습니다. 커다신 페이 총재이신 후위 총재의 강연을 들어볼 텐데요. 많은 관심을 우리가 가져야 할 그런 주제가 아닌가 싶습니다. 4차 산업혁명 기술과 문화산업의 결합에 의한 새로운 기회 창출이라는 또 아주 특별한 주제가 준비되어 있습니다.
Now it's time for our 5th and final keynote speech for this year's WCIF. It will be delivered by President of iFlyTech, Mr. Hu Yu, and his presentation is titled Opportunities Emerging from the Convergence of Technology and Culture Industry.
네, 커다신 페이 총재 후이님의 강연을 듣도록 하겠습니다.
大家好，我是科大讯飞轮值总裁胡玉，很高兴能够参加国际文化产业论坛 科大讯飞是亚太地区知名的智能语音和人工智能上市公司，在语音合成、语音识别、机器翻译、自然语言理解、机器学习推理等人工智能核心技术方面处于国际领先水平。近3年，我们夺得了28项国际高水平的人工智能大赛冠军。2017年，科大讯飞智能语音开放平台与百度、阿里、腾讯一同入选中国首批国家新一代人工智能开放创新平台。目前，科大讯飞开放平台上的创业者达到142万，累计连接的终端数超过29亿。我们坚持顶天立地的发展思路，不仅在源头核心技术上保持先进水平，而且扎实推进技术的落地应用，在人机交互、智慧教育、智慧城市、智慧医疗等领域有着业界先进的产业化基础和应用。科大讯飞与韩国企业在人工智能方面有着深入的合作。2019年3月，我们与 Hancom 集团成立合资公司，展开在语音识别、机器翻译、智慧教育、智慧医疗、智能机器人、智能汽车等领域的合作。今年的新冠肺炎疫情期间，科大讯飞将防疫外呼机器人的方案和技术无偿授权 Hancom 公司，在韩国实施部署。3月24日，韩国防疫 AI 外呼系统正式上线。该系统帮助韩国相关机构快速准确地对疑似病例、隔离人群进行飞访，有效发挥了人工智能在人力不足时和人力效率低下时的重要补充作用。该系统经韩国福祉部认为，已在韩国京畿道、大邱市、首尔市、全州市等多地使用，受到了广泛的好评。娱乐内容的想象力暗示着科学技术的发展方向。通过发展科学技术来实现娱乐内容的想象力，进而渗透到大众的消费习惯中，会促成一个新产业的诞生。例如，曾经的虚拟偶像需要我们为它设计每一个的肢体动作，人为的配上语言，但随着人工智能、3D 建模、全息成像等技术的发展，已经可以让虚拟偶像以各种不同的形式进行展示，具备越来越强的自主交互能力。更重要的是，虚拟偶像是由人类设计和创造而来，完全符合社会的道德标准和主流价值观，所以他们不会人设崩塌，不会有绯闻，满足了人们的完美主义的情节。很多人都认为 K-pop 是韩国大众音乐自然演化出来的一种音乐形式，但是我认为 K-pop 是制作人李秀满老师基于对产业变化和市场趋势的正确分析，通过创造性的深度解析而创造出来的产业结果。也就是说 ，K-pop 虽然是满足大众娱乐需求的偶像和内容的组合，但是它的本质是在分析了第3次产业革命结构和发展方向后开创的新型产业模式。目前我们正在迎接第4次产业革命，中国也正在谈论 C-pop 的出现。我认为 C-pop 不仅是单纯的革新娱乐内容，更重要的是创造出符合未来产业结构和市场趋势的新产业。对于目前人工智能技术的蓬勃发展，将 AI 与娱乐进行融合，有可能会有一个不错的前景。所以我非常赞同李秀满老师的观点，未来是 AI 和 Celebrity 的世界。因此，我们希望将科大讯飞领先的人工智能技术和李秀满老师在娱乐内容方面的深厚造诣结合起来，设计出全新的虚拟偶像产品和运营模式，共同引领亚洲人类文明和文化的未来。谢谢大家。
네, 이렇게 해서 후이 총재님의 강연까지 함께 들어봤습니다. 자, 이 강연 내용을 봤는데요. 내년에 문화기술의 융합이라는 주제로 해서 열릴 WCIF 2회 두 번째 행사가 이제 기다리고 있는데요. 아마 그 예고편이라고 할 수 있는 내용이 담겨 있지 않은가 싶습니다. 내년 2회 WCIF 포럼도 많은 분들 함께 기대해 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 이렇게 후이 총재님의 강연을 끝으로 오늘의 행사는 마무리가 돼가고 있습니다.
네.
하지만 이제 정말 중요한 순서가 하나 남아 있죠.
그렇습니다. 자, 제1회 WCIF에서 이 CIF WCIF를 대표해서 정말로 가장 커다란 영향력과 또 그리고 의미를 간직하고 있는 상을 또 저희들이 준비를 해봤는데요. 세계 문화 포럼이 아티스트 보아의 업적과 그리고 또 지금까지의 성장을 함께 축하하기 위해서 준비되어 있는 상이 준비되어 있습니다.
Right, it's now time to present our first WCIF award to BOA. I am personally a huge fan.
네. 그 얘기 들어서 알고 있는데 너무 팬이라고.
I am a huge fan of BOA.
그렇습니다.
Now, because BOA couldn't join us in person, President Lee Jang-woo, WCIF, presented the trophy and award certificate beforehand. So let's take a short look at a short clip of that moment.
그렇습니다. 세계 문화산업 포럼이 아티스트 보아에게 WCIF 어워드를 드리고자 합니다. 부득이하게 함께하지 못했기 때문에 오늘 이장우 의장님께서 사전에 이 트로피와 그리고 또 공적서 등을 전달하고 오셨는데요. 그 영상 저희들이 화면으로 준비해봤습니다. 함께 보시겠습니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 세계문화산업포럼 의장을 맡고 있는 이장호입니다. 세계문화산업포럼은 제1회 WCIF 어워드 수상자로 아시아의 별 보아님을 선정하게 되어 기쁘게 생각합니다. 이 어워드는 동양과 서양의 문화를 연결함으로써 음악과 엔터테인먼트 분야의 발전에 기여한 세계적 인물을 기리기 위해 제정되었습니다. K-팝의 세계화에 선구자적 역할을 하신 보아님께 제1회 어워드를 드리게 되어 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 축하를 드리고 그간의 또 노고에 대해서 감사를 드립니다. 그래서 WCIF에서는 그 보아님의 그 수상 업적을 한 페이지로 좀 정리를 했습니다. 수상자 보아님은 21세기가 시작된 2000년 8월 K-팝 가수로 데뷔해 2001년 신인으로 일본에 진출했습니다. 그리고 2002년 한국 가수로는 처음으로 일본 정규 앨범이 오리콘 앨범 차트 1위에 오르면서 100만 장 판매 기록을 세웠습니다. 이후 2008년까지 일본 베스트 히트 가요제 골드 아티스트상을 연속 6회 수상하며 K-팝의 일본 시장 진출을 실현시켰습니다. 가창력, 댄스, 외모 등을 다 갖춘 전형적인 K-팝 스타로서 아시아의 별이라는 별칭답게 국제적인 아티스트로서 성공했으며 MTV가 아시아 최고 아티스트를 대상으로 처음 제정한 The Most Influential Artist 상을 수상했습니다. 2008년에는 당초 목표인 세계 시장을 향해 한 단계 더 도전하기 위해 미국 진출을 했으며 한국 가수로는 처음으로 미국에서의 앨범 1집이 빌보드 앨범 차트에 올랐습니다. 이러한 도전은 이후 K-팝 후배 가수들의 미국 진출에 초석이 되었습니다. 이와 같은 지난 20년 동안의 혁신적 업적은 글로벌 활동을 본질로 하는 K-팝의 성장 발판이 되었음은 물론 동양과 서양이 음악을 매개로 소통하고 화합하는 데 커다란 기여를 했습니다. WCIF 어워드는 이러한 귀하의 선구자적 노력과 업적을 기리고자 합니다. 2020년 10월 28일 이장호. 네, 감사합니다. 그리고 이 그 업적을 사실은 기념을 하기 위해서 저희 그 한글이 그 아름다운 한글의 그 글자로 캘리그래프로 이렇게 기념이 되시도록 이렇게 또 만들어 봤습니다. 네, 나중에 개인적으로 잘 포장해서 드리겠습니다. 네, 우리 보아님께 이 영광을 드립니다.
감사합니다.
뭐 간단히 뭐 수상 소감도 좀 얘기를 해주시면은.
안녕하세요, 보아입니다. WCIF에서 이렇게 뜻깊은 상 주셔서 너무 감사드리고요. 지난 20년 동안 한국, 일본, 그리고 미국에서 열심히 활동을 해왔는데 그 많은 시간들이 보답을 해주는 그런 좋은 상이라고 생각을 합니다. 20년 동안 저 열심히 서포트해주신 저희 팬 여러분들, 그리고 이수만 선생님 앞으로도 우리 함께 좋은 음악 만들어 나갈 수 있도록 열심히 음악 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
아이고, 예, 이거도.
네. 감사합니다.
뭐 수상 소감에도 말씀하셨지만은 20년 가까이 K-팝 아티스트로서 활동하면서 또 최근에 K-팝의 비약적인 성공을 본 선배로서 그 느낌이 남다르실 줄 아는데요. 그 소감은 또 어떠신지요?
확실히 제가 처음 K-팝 가수로서 해외 진출을 했을 당시랑은 요즘 유튜브나 이런 소셜 네트워크로 인해서 더 많은 분들이 거리감 없이 K-팝 문화를 즐길 수 있는 시대가 왔다고 생각해요. 그래서 콘텐츠 산업의 발전과 더불어서 K-팝은 앞으로 더 많은 발전을 기대하고 있지 않을까 그런 생각이 듭니다.
예, 그리고 음악을 통해서 일본, 미국, 아시아 전 세계를 실제로 이제 그 몸으로 겪으면서 그 교류를 해오시고 교감을 하셨는데 그런 그 팬과의 그 소통을 음악을 통해서 한다는 게 어떤 느낌인지?
짜릿합니다. 굉장히 짜릿하고 가수이기 때문에 누릴 수 있는 특권인 것 같기도 하고요. 또 팬분들의 그런 실시간 반응을 눈으로 보면서 뭔가 서로 저는 사실 일본에서 일본어로 노래를 하고 있지만 언어와 관계없이 음악이라는 큰 매개체 안에서 우리 모두가 국적 상관없이 서로를 느끼고 또 서로를 사랑하게 되고 서로의 음악을 통해서 많은 에너지를 받게 되는 그런 저는 굉장히 좋은 직업이라고 생각합니다.
네. 끝으로 그 WCIF 같은 단체가 만들어져서 동서양의 화합을 또 좀 어떻게 보면 인위적으로 이렇게 그 열심히 해보려고 하는 이런 노력에 대해서는 어떻게 생각을 하시는지요?
저는 앞으로 더 이 WCIF가 커질 거라고 생각을 해요. 지금도 K-팝이 뭐 미국 빌보드 시장에 많은 차트인을 했을 정도로 우리나라 가수들이 왕성한 활동을 해주고 있기 때문에 동양 서양이 다 같이 K-팝을 즐기는 그날이 아주 오랫동안 유지될 거라고 생각됩니다.
예, 감사합니다. 이렇게 그 어려운 자리를 해주셨는데 다시 한번 WCIF 그 어워드 수상 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
네, WCIF의 어워드의 첫 번째 주인공인 보아 씨를 만나봤고요. 저 개인적으로는 또 어떤 추억이 있냐면 보아 씨가 첫 데뷔에서 했던 인터뷰를 제가 했었고요. 그 이후에 아주 전담 인터뷰로 활동을 했었는데 이제는 정말로 아시아를 그리고 세계를 대표하는 아티스트로서 이렇게 상까지 받는 모습을 보니까 정말로 새삼스럽게 자랑스럽고 또 그리고 멋진 모습이 아닌가 싶습니다.
Right, I can't think of anyone who deserves
You
the
love Boa,
first
right?
WCIF award better than Boa because she reached the top of both the Korean music market and the Japanese music market when she was just a teenager.
Right.
And she really paved the way for future artists looking to expand their horizons abroad. So congratulations once again to Boa on the first WCIF award.
자, K-팝의 산 증인으로서 후배 아티스트의 성장에 든든한 또 이제 버팀목이 되고 있는 조력자 역할을 하고 있는 보아를 WCIF의 첫 번째 어워드 주인공으로 함께 만나봤고요. 자, 이제 여러분과 함께 2020년 세계문화산업 포럼 WCIF를 또 마무리하려고 합니다. 그 공식적인 마무리를 PMC 프로덕션 회장인 송승환 회장께서 준비해 주셨습니다. 송승환 회장을 여러분 앞에 소개해드리겠습니다.
Now it's time to close the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum, and for that, Chairman of PMC Production Song Seung-hwan will deliver the closing remarks.
네, 여러분 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Now, it is time to close the first WCIF. For the last 2 days, WCIF made a lot of programs, and the Daegu and Seosang district made a lot of efforts on taking this opportunity. I would like to thank all of them for making this event possible, and also the global artists and those engaged in the music business across the world. Thank you very much for your participation. K-pop, as you know, is a global music. It does not have a long history. However, within a short amount of time, it attracted the youngsters across the world. It has become an essential part of their daily lives. I've been the program director for the opening and the closing ceremony of the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, and I was able to listen to the advice from many people. And there was advice. The Korean national emotion is Han, and that can be represented by the Korean song Arirang. In 2002, you have seen the Red Devils, and when you see the supporting and the cheer, the emotion that can represent the Korea was changed from the Han to the Hung, which means from the grudge to the excitement. And you cannot see that kind of Han emotion among the Korean youngsters. Many of the Korean youngsters are simply excited, and the excitement was integrated into the Korean wave. And probably the people across the world do not know about the Arirang, but many of the youngsters across the world will remember the songs of the K-pop stars. And that's going to be the first factor that will come to their mind when they listen to the word South Korea. Under the corona pandemic, we've been working really hard to find out the new vision or the new business model for the music industry in the future. We can have new communication via the music, and that's going to lay the foundation for the development of the Korean music industry. Because we do not have the offline access channel yet, but on the online, relatively, the music industry can be invigorated more compared to other industry. We were able to capture the new vision for the culture industry and the music industry. Thank you very much for the wonderful input. Now culture and technology can meet together, and they are creating the new content. WCIF in the next year will talk about the convergence between the culture and technology. We're gonna invite the scholars and the businessmen and the visionaries across the world in that topic. Once again, thank you very much for joining us in the first WCIF. And I would like to officially announce the closure of the first WCIF. Thank you very much.
네, 폐회사를 이렇게 송승환 회장님이 해주셨습니다. 평창 동계올림픽을 연출하는 모습부터 해서 난타라는 대한민국을 가장 대표하는 또 콘텐츠까지 만드신 분이기 때문에 더욱더 또 의미 있는 그런 폐회사가 되지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 오늘 다시 한번 함께해 주신 모든 시청자 여러분, 그리고 모더레이터 여러분, 연사분들, 모든 행사를 진행하기 위해서 참여해 주신 많은 여러분들께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사의 인사를 전합니다.
네, 특히 온라인을 통해서 함께해 주신 전 세계 시청자분들께도 특별히 감사의 말씀 전해드립니다.
네, 뭐 여러 그 요즘에 언택트 행사들이 있고 유튜브를 통해서 이렇게 컨퍼런스들이 이어지는 경우들이 있는데 그 어느 때보다도 이 유튜브 지금 라이브 챗방에 들어와 있는 분들이 저렇게 1000명이 넘게 쭉
네.
이어지는 경우들은 참 흔치 않은 모습이었는데 더욱더 얼마나 많은 분들이 이 WCIF라는 행사에 관심을 갖고 계신지 그리고 또 열성적으로 참여해 주셨는지를 확인할 수 있는 그런 특별한 자리였던 것 같습니다.
That's right. We would like to extend our special gratitude to our online participants who are joining us from all over the world. I think at one point we reached around 7,000
Wow.
live viewers. So thank you very much for all the love and support that you have sent our way.
네, 다시 한번 진심으로 모든 참가자 여러분들께 감사의 말씀드리겠고요. 자, 2020년 세계 문화산업 포럼 더 나은 모습으로 2021년에 이곳 대구에서 만나 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 함께해 주신 모든 여러분 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you. And with that, we will conclude the 2020 World Cultural Industry Forum. Thank you very much for joining us, and goodbye.
네, 저는 이기상이었습니다.
아나운서 서미소랑이었습니다.
고맙습니다.
둘, 셋, 셋.
자, 드디어 WCIF